Here. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any additions or modifications to the meeting agenda this evening? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Meeting agenda is approved. Next up is approval of the consent agenda. The only item on this evening's consent agenda is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Edina Planning Commission of October 22, 2014. Are there any modifications to the meeting minutes from October 22? Commissioner Shearer.
I was absent, so I feel a little odd saying this, but because I was absent, I tried to read it very thoroughly, and at least in the version I received, we are missing pages 4, 6, and 8.
I'm sorry.
Just so, yeah. No.
So perhaps the best thing to do would be continue it until the next meeting?
I move continuance.
Second.
And a second. Is there further discussion on the motion to continue the approval of the meeting minutes of October 22? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, so that item is continued, and there is nothing else on the consent agenda. Next up is community comment. This is the portion of the meeting where we invite members of the public to comment on items that are not on this evening's agenda. If you're interested in sharing some thoughts with us, please come to one of the side microphones and give us your name and address and make your comments. Or you can go to the center.
Thank you.
And just use that handheld microphone,
All
Ms.
right.
Groats. Thank you.
Here we go. Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. I was back here in October when the Planning Commission was talking about the change of figuring the front yard setbacks for properties, and then the council went on to decide in November. I happen to live here at 5513 Park Place. The home behind me at 5508 Deaver Drive is being torn down. They have been classified as a corner lot. There's only one adjacent property to it at 5504 Deaver Drive. That one's also a corner lot. This summer, Brianna Rothstein was taking the place of Chris while she was out on some leave, and we had conversation with her and with Carrie Teague, and we were told at the time, since this is a corner lot, the setback, front yard setback would be the same as the adjacent property, 46.1, not 38.5, because it's a corner lot, not an interior adjoining lot. Carrie Teague on August 21st sent an email to the homeowner at 5508 Deaver Drive and to the builder and said the adjacent, the new home would need to match that home to the north setback. The adjacent home is setback 46 feet. The new homeowner had sent us a couple of schematics, and on it he shows the East Street, which is over here for the front yard setback, code 46.1, and he also gave us this letter, and it says, Carrie responded with requirements below. I believe it was from the previous email that I just read. Front setback 46.1 from street at east. The plans that they have submitted in the past shows a 46.1 setback. I was here on October 8th at the Planning Commission meeting and spoke, and at that time Carrie Teague verified that yes, this is the buildable footprint and that it was back 46 feet from the front for the setback. The homeowner and the builder have submitted plans. These are 11-3. This one happens to be the erosion control plan, and this one shows the front yard setback at 46.1, and their certificate of survey proposed, the same date, 1103, shows the front yard setback at 46.1. When they were changing the code, my husband followed up with Carrie. He had a question when they were figuring setback. If there were only two properties on one side of the street, would they take into account the existing setback of the house that was going to be torn down? And he said no, so that it was only the house next door. And that email also shows at 46.1 for front street setback. On Monday, my husband went into planning to see if there'd been any new plans submitted for the property, and he looked in the file, he got some information. Now all of a sudden, the required setback is 38.5. It's no longer 46.1, and it's off for the side yard setback. But yet the plans that have all been submitted before were 46.1. My husband did send an email to Chris and spoke with her, but Chris wasn't here. She was out on leave while this was being decided. We weren't able to talk to Kerry. He wasn't available. But I'd like to find out, how do I get this corrected? I know the Planning Commission doesn't meet in 2 more weeks, and then it goes into January. So maybe you can tell me the process about how to get this corrected, because I'm confused.
Thank you, Ms. Groats.
Thank you for your time.
Carrie or Chris, any comment on the comment?
I apologize. I've had an extremely busy week, and when they've dropped in, I've been in meetings and haven't been able to meet, but they could simply schedule a meeting with me and I can sit down and go through
Great. I think that would be good to follow up and see what you can straighten out with staff. Thank you.
My name is Jim Gross.
So, Mr. Groats, you need to use the handheld, or either the side microphone or the handheld, whichever one works.
Let's use this one. Jim Groats, 5513 Park Place. I'd like to follow up from Lori's comments, just so we have all the facts on this. And I want to play this short 1-minute rebroadcast from the October 8th Planning Commission meeting regarding the revisions in the code for the front yard setback. We're trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible because there's no more Planning Commission meetings for the balance of the month. Go ahead and play that clip, please.
On Deaver, the home there where your hand was.
Yes?
The other one.
This
The
one?
left hand.
Yep.
This one faces Deaver.
Right. So
Well, either way.
what's shown there in purple is the buildable area for that lot.
That is correct. That is only, though, if you take the 46-foot setback from the adjoining property. And if this does not become an adjoining property, then it will default back to city code, which would be 30 feet. So I don't think that, I think it makes it muddier. I hate to see it get muddier and then have to come back and revisit again, so maybe it kind of needs to be reworked first.
Thank you. Again, we really don't want to have to revisit this again, but suddenly we've gone from 46.1, which everybody is in agreement on, their surveyor, the builder, their architect, and everybody. Now it's 38.5, and we just don't quite understand this. And again, we're trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible. And I just want to give you all these facts, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groats. As I mentioned, I'd suggest that you follow up with Carrie and staff and sort through the issue. All right, are there any other comments during community comment? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to close community comment. Is there a second? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, community comment is closed. Next up are public hearings. We have 3 public hearings this evening. For those of you in the audience who may not have joined us in the past, just a quick overview on how we will proceed with our public hearings. We'll have a presentation from staff on each of them, and the commission will then ask questions of staff regarding the application. There then will be an opportunity for the applicant to come forward and share their perspective on the application, followed by questions from staff. We will then, or from the commission, then we will open the public hearing and take comments from members of the public on the application, close the public hearing, and then the commission will deliberate on the application. So with that introduction, Chris, the first item up on the agenda is JMS Homes 5036 Hankerson Avenue in Edina.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, this is a variance request for 3% or 206 square feet over the allowable lot coverage. It's for a new home construction at 5036 Hankerson. Subject property is located on the west side of Hankerson Avenue as highlighted. This is an older aerial photograph. The existing home is highlighted. There have been some tear down rebuilds along the block, and the existing house is gone. That's already been demolished. Here's a little more detailed view of what the house looked like when it had been there in bird's eye view. It was a rambler with a detached garage. Here's a front photograph of the house prior to when it was torn down. This is the house that is located directly to the south at 5040 Hankerson, and the home that's directly to the north. This is a proposed survey for the location of the house. The house does meet all of the setback height requirements as well as the first floor elevation requirement. The red box is an indication of the required setbacks, and as you can see, the house does fit within the red box. The green hatch marks are indicating the trees that were on site that have been removed. The one that still remains is at the very back of the lot that it looks like it's right on the lot line. This is the stormwater erosion control grading and drainage plan that has been reviewed by the engineering department. The proposed plans, according to the engineering department, reduce the amount of impervious surface that drains to the neighboring private properties by roughly 464 square feet. The previous home had a detached garage and a very long driveway into the rear yard. This should result in some reduction in the surface runoff from existing conditions. So the engineering department does not have any concerns with regard to the proposed plan, even though it does exceed the zoning ordinance requirements for lot coverage. These are the elevations of the front and rear of the proposed home. It's a two-story home with an attached two-car garage and front porch. The side elevations of the home. This would be the basement floor plan of the home. There's a bedroom in the lower level, family room, recreation area. On the main floor, you'll have the owner's suite, dining area, kitchen, living area, attached garage, and then on the second floor there's 3 bedrooms with a loft. There were no landscaping plans that were included in the plan. Currently there are no requirements specifically for single-family home tear-down rebuilds for landscaping at this time. This is the streetscape showing the proposed home in the context of the homes that are existing there today. Now there are a number of homes that have been torn down and rebuilt on the block. All of those have met the ordinance requirements, including lot coverage. There have also been a number of major remodels and additions to homes, existing homes on the block. And again, those also have met the ordinance requirements in terms of lot coverage and all other requirements. The block is rather consistent in terms of the lot widths, areas, and depths. There are some that are a bit larger. However, there isn't anything that is specifically unique with regard to this property that would support a variance for lot coverage. The reason why this is being requested is that the clients of the applicants, and the applicants are JMS Custom Homes and Homestead Partners. Their clients require a handicap accessible home, and they chose the Hankerson location for roll-in accessibility and proximity to shopping. The applicant has designed a home with accessibility and future elevator in mind, and that was shown on the floor plans. The applicant has stated that to accommodate the design, a 3% lot coverage variance is warranted, and the proponent states that a hardship is created by their client's mobility situation. The primary issue is the proposed development reasonable for this site. Staff will have to say that there have been tear downs and whole home remodels in the area that comply with the ordinance, consisting of similar lot widths and areas. Is the proposed variance justified, and will it relieve practical difficulties? The only factor that preventing compliance with the lot coverage requirement is the proposed size of the home. Staff has not identified any practical difficulty preventing compliance with the ordinance requirements with a complete tear-down rebuild. Are there circumstances that are unique to the property, not common to every similarly zoned property, that are not self-created? Staff has not found any factors preventing compliance with the ordinance. A complete tear-down rebuild of the property allows opportunity for compliance. And this is a situation that is self-created by the applicant. Will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? The rebuilt homes in the neighborhood currently do meet the ordinance requirements, and there have been additions to existing homes in the area, again, that also comply. Many of the lots in the nearby area are similar in size and scale. A larger home would alter the character of the neighborhood. Staff does recommend denial of the request, and with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Ocker? Commissioner Lee.
Chris, you just stated that, but I just want to confirm. Right now, there is no requirement currently by the city for applicants of a teardown to show or submit a landscape tree removal and replacement plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Platter.
Yeah, Chris, I just have a question. Maybe it's called out. It's a clarification. So on the survey plans, kind of the existing one, it's got a note. I think it'd be in the northeast corner of the site. It says protect existing trees along the, I believe it's the north property line. If you go
Yes.
down, so
On the certificate of survey, or would it be on?
right there.
This
So it
one,
said
okay.
protect existing trees. So they didn't do that. They just cut them all down.
The
Are you
lots
saying
that-
they're gone now?
They're all gone with the exception of the one that's in the very back of the lot.
Okay. And then just on the rendering they have of the front elevation, they show a tree prominently in front. So that's no longer there either, right?
There aren't any trees on the site.
Okay. So that, okay.
Except for the one at the very back.
Thanks.
Chris, when I look at your report, it looks like we're talking about 205.2 square feet above the 30%. Is that?
Correct.
And the survey shows. Oh, okay. The survey shows that 33% as well. Okay. Other questions for Ms. Ocker? All right. Thank you, Chris. The applicants, come on up. Introduce yourself. Tell us about the project.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my name is Matt Hanisch. I am here tonight representing JMS Custom Homes, and we are the property owner and the builder. Sure. Oh wow, now it works. All right. So once again, I'm Matt Hanisch. I'm here representing JMS Custom Homes. We are the property owner and the builder for this project. And with me this evening, I have Tim Witten of Witten & Associates, and Tim is the architect who has designed the home. And I also have Richard and Karen Weston, who are the homeowners who hope that this will be their new home soon. I'd like to give you a little bit of background. Richard and Karen Weston currently reside at 5712 Wycliffe Road in Edina. They've loved their community, Edina, for 34 years and wish to remain Edina residents. In 2012, Richard was diagnosed with a tumor of the lower spine. It was successfully treated in Boston over 43 days of proton radiation therapy. This left him with a walking deficit. The condition of Richard's health has rendered their current home impractical for their situation. It's anticipated that as his condition progresses, he will become dependent on a wheelchair or mobility scooter. In 2014, they decided the only option moving forward was to build a new home with two major criteria in mind: a location close to shopping, which this is, and roll-in accessibility, which is what we have designed. The Westons contracted with JMS Custom Homes to design and construct the new home for them that would be accessible and adapt to Richard's changing needs while allowing them to remain in the community that they call home. We contracted with Tim Witten of Witten & Associates to design an accessible home to meet the Westons' needs both now and in the future. The home has been designed to meet, as Chris said, all height and setback requirements of the Edina ordinances, and it's designed with a master bedroom on the main floor, which will reduce travel from level to level, which, as you can imagine, becomes difficult. It also has extra wide doorways, hallways, some expanded dimensions in some of the rooms, and some additional depth in the garage, all once again for accessibility purposes. And an elevator shaft has been designed into the home so that that Richard is able to move from floor to floor on the house. To accommodate the required additions to the design, we're seeking a variance that would allow us 3% additional building coverage on the site, and we feel that that this is warranted. So I understand that you have an extremely tough decision. You have a tough job, and Chris gave a staff report that that's directing you or giving you the direction that staff is recommending that you deny the request that we're asking for tonight. And I'm really here to tell you that I know it's a tough decision, because a decision like this, you need information that's it's really fair and balanced, and I'm hoping that what I provide you will be the balance to the report that you got from city staff, maybe provide a different viewpoint. So in preparing for this, I started thinking about how does the city view accessibility and aging in place issues as it relates to homes and home construction in the city. And so I thought, what better place to look than the city's comprehensive plan. So I dug into the comprehensive plan a little bit, and one of the things that popped up in bold letters was future housing need, aging in place. And following that, it says, the most significant future change in housing will occur not to respond to an increase in total population, but to serve a rapidly aging population with different housing needs. In another section, it says, the challenge for the city is to adapt itself as a life cycle community to conform to the needs of a changing population. Later on that same page, it says, there will be a greater emphasis on mobility by non-vehicular transportation or paratransit. Convenience to daily needs for some residents will be categorized as necessary rather than a desirable feature. Also in the comprehensive plan, older residents present unique housing challenges, whether modifying existing homes to suit mobility needs or constructing new housing. The challenges remain similar to ensure that senior residents receive housing that meets their needs. Lastly, the city's ability to accommodate the projected increase in residents over the age of 65 will depend on a supply of housing both conveniently located to allow residents to safely age in place with dignity and designed to meet the residents' range of special needs. All of these phrases came directly out of the city's comprehensive plan. And so what I'm asking is that as I go through the balance of my presentation tonight, I'd ask you to consider these things as they relate to what I'm presenting to you. This is the proposed home that we have designed to go at 5036 Hankerson. As you'll see, it's really a story and a half home in that the roof line is pulled down very far, and the second floor is really built into the roof system that sits atop the first floor of the home. So picture your your grandma's attic with sloped ceilings and a lot of character in the upper level of the home. It is designed with a 2-car garage, master suite on the main floor, kitchen, dining, living room, and entry foyer, and a porch on the rear. The second story consists of 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a laundry room. This is a little bit different view of the main floor of the house. On this view, we're highlighting the areas of accessibility. So if you look at the rear of the garage, these are additional spaces that needed to be integrated into the home to allow wheelchair access within the house and mobility within the home. You'll see along the front of the garage at the entry point from the garage, there's some space that's required. Here's where the elevator shaft is designed into the home. Likewise, the front entry door or the front entry space requires some additional space to move around, and the kitchen as well. In order to move a wheelchair through the space between the kitchen island and get to the workspaces, it requires some additional space. And then in the master bedroom, to be able to access the bathroom and in the bathroom space, you'll see that there's some additional space there that allows the ADA recommended 5-foot turn radius within the bathroom spaces and entry spaces of the home. Now, when you total up the square footage that's highlighted in red, it totals up to 207 square feet. The variance request that we are asking for amounts to about a little over 205 square feet. So the space that we're looking for does indeed work into the accessibility space in the home. Site plan that I'd like to share with you. There was a question related to the trees that were removed up here. These were not actually trees, they were overgrown lilac bushes that had gotten very out of control over the years and had grown beyond what one would consider a normal hedge. So those were removed, and then two actual trees were removed as part of the demolition of the home and proposed reconstruction of the home. There will be landscaping done, as Chris said, that the city at this time does not require a landscape plan as part of the application process. So that is not yet complete, but the plan will be completed and the home will be landscaped in the spring. One thing I'd like to note here is that in meeting all of the required setbacks on the north side, the south side, the front setback, the rear setback, the impact of the 205 square feet or 206 square feet that we're requesting is really an impact of about 5 feet to the rear of the home. So we're not talking about something that is that is overly egregious as far as expansion on the property, and from the streetscape will not at all be noticeable. And this is the streetscape that was shared in staff's presentation, showing the home that we're constructing, the neighboring 2 homes, which both happen to be older ramblers that are in the neighborhood. And then if you move to the north, the streetscape changes a little bit. These are homes that have been recently reconstructed over the last probably 2 or 3 years. This is an example of actual photos of existing homes within the neighborhood, because what I wanted to share with you here is the character of the neighborhood. One of the questions that's been asked is, will this detrimentally affect the character of the neighborhood? And as you look through the neighborhood, you see homes that range from a story and a half, kind of a Cape Cod look, to new construction 2-story homes, to existing ramblers, more homes. This is one of the recently remodeled homes that was spoken of. used to be a Rambler and is now a 2-story home. Another story and a half, another Rambler, another new construction home. So as you can see, there's a varied mix of housing in the neighborhood, both older housing stock and new construction. This has been a very, very kind of re-energized neighborhood from a construction standpoint, and it's a very sought-after neighborhood due to the proximity to, shopping and just the convenience factor of it. Another example of kind of the things that are happening within the neighborhood. If you look at 5100 Hankerson Avenue, this is just down the street. This is what it looked like last summer, and this is what it looks like today. So the character of a neighborhood to me is an ever-evolving thing, and you can see that this neighborhood is definitely evolving. So, what I would like to revisit each of the points on the conditions for approval, and give you my viewpoint on where we're at on those. The first one is relieving practical difficulties that prevent a reasonable use from complying with the ordinance requirements. And it is my belief that approval of this request allows space to be allocated to areas of the home that allow accessible spaces that follow ADA guidelines, which to me is definitely relieving a practical difficulty. When you look at the home that we have designed, there is nothing about it that is over the top from a size standpoint. The rooms are very modest. The garage is very modest. Nothing is out of scale and out of place with the existing neighborhood. There are circumstances that are unique to the property, not common to every similarly zoned property, and that are not self-created. I don't believe these circumstances are self-created. There are many properties of varying size that are zoned similarly to this property, but the current ordinances, as enforced, make it impractical to design and construct an accessible home that would meet the aging in place goal expressed by the city when the lot is less than 7,500 square feet. It becomes very, very difficult on these small lots to create a home that works for the population that we've expressed an interest in serving. Will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? And I think I've stated my opinion fairly clearly on that, but once again, the neighborhood it's a mix of existing single-story and 1.5-story homes recently converted from 1 story to 2 stories, and newly constructed homes. The home design meets all of the setback requirements, and it fits very well with the existing character of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and I am here to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanisch. Questions for Mr. Hanisch? Commissioner Scheer.
Hi, Mr. Hanisch. The last 2 pages that I have in front of me are, I believe, the architect's renderings showing the proposed home with the houses on either side of it, and then several other homes that are on the other property. They're sort of in a schematic sort of a form. And I guess I want to be sure that I understand. Are these to scale, first of all? Okay. And are the trees that are here, those are hypothetical as opposed to actual. Is that correct?
We basically drew it right from the photograph.
Why don't you come on up and just introduce yourself?
We lined up the pictures. The pictures are all, photographs are taken dead on to the houses.
Mm-hmm.
We scaled them all. We had certain levels of dimensions that we could scale.
Okay.
And lined them up. We went to the Hennepin County website, and we went to measure each of the lots, each of the setbacks, and with the aerials and so forth. So as best we could, we just really lined up everything to get a certain scale.
Could you just introduce yourself?
Pardon me? I'm Tim Whitten with Whitten
Tim Whitten.
Associates.
All right.
And
Welcome,
then-
Mr. Whitten.
One more question on the second page where you're picturing, the object is to show other homes in the neighborhood, and is this house consistent? Those are not contiguous homes, correct? They're to the same scale, but
Yeah.
they're just individual homes pulled out of the
No,
property.
they're the next 3 houses down the street.
Oh, the numbering is so different on them, 28, 24,
One
16.
of them was a double lot.
Oh, okay.
So but we took the addresses right from the Hennepin County
Okay.
website. So no,
Right.
those are, if you lined them up, those are 6 houses all
Okay. And
lined up
so we're looking
together.
at the same scale
Yes.
throughout. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Platter.
I have 2 questions. Sorry, back to the trees, but the site plan shows that the tree in your rendering was removed, so I'm trying to understand which one is correct.
Well, I think the one tree that we showed in front of the house as being proposed would be a tree that would be added to the
Okay, but there's
project.
no landscaping plan proposed in here?
No, I just, in lining them all up, we did exactly the same trees in front of all the existing houses, and we felt that there was probably going to be a tree planted
So
in the
there's-
proposed house.
You're not proposing to put that tree in tonight?
I apologize if I took an
That's
artistic
just a picture at this point?
license. I don't know if a tree would be planted in that yard or not. So I guess I have to take responsibility for that.
I'm receiving,
They would
I'm receiving a
plant the tree.
nod.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was not a very big tree in comparison.
I was just trying, that your plans don't match, so I'm trying to
And
understand
that's my
what's
fault.
going on here.
I apologize.
And then my other question is, so you talked about where things were you had to add. Did you look at things where you considered reducing some areas of the home to meet the code?
Regarding the exhibit that shows what we had to add to be able
Yeah,
to
I mean,
make
did
it.
you look and say, hey, the living room is this big, but to meet the code, it only has to be, it may be this big because we added other areas for larger doorways or, a 5-foot turn radius and.
We actually did a
I'm
furniture.
not-
We actually did. Oh,
Does-
sorry.
Does the ADA prescribe like living room sizes and things?
Yeah.
And those are all per ADA requirements in here?
Exactly. We actually did furniture layouts, and in a situation where, and that's where, in all cases, where we would maybe be able to have a 3-foot space between one area and another, we now have to make that 5 foot or add 2 additional feet and so forth. That's the same kind of application that would be for the living and the dining and the porch. We
Yeah,
oversized.
I wasn't aware ADA required furniture layouts or prescribed furniture layouts.
Well, I'm sorry, that exhibit, we didn't bring that with us. We actually laid it out, because my comment about not only did we add these red areas to be able to make it work, we also had challenges with the actual living, dining, and porch area to be able to put the normal amount of furniture in there and still make it maneuverable and accessible in each of the different spaces. But I do not have an exhibit.
Do you have the ADA code or anything here that prescribes that? Those
Yeah,
areas,
I
like
mean-
the living areas?
Yes.
Can you furnish that to us?
I don't have that with me.
Oh, okay. Do you have a furniture layout that you did to make the home
When we
size?
did the plan, we used a furniture layout. I
We
apologize.
don't have that either?
I don't have that with me.
That'd been very helpful to understand why some areas are they are and stayed and other areas had to change.
Commissioner Lee?
First of all, I really appreciate the attention to detailing of the exterior and trying to keep the scale of the building appropriate to its surroundings. I think that was a nice treatment and accomplished well. I think what I want to understand is sort of what is the practical difficulty. That is really what we have to look at as a commission when a variance comes before us. And I understand, and obviously the city of Edina is very, very supportive of aging in place. Most of the requests that come before us detail existing homes that might need a variance because obviously homes were not designed to accommodate ADA requirements. And so in many of those cases, we're more favorable to looking at a variance because obviously that, just like you showed, the cross-hatched red areas were not originally in the original floor plan. But given that this is a complete tear down and that you have an opportunity to set the parameters, I do believe that ADA does not set specific space requirements, minimum requirements for what a living room or a kitchen would be. It really is dictated sort of by the circulation and the function and the needs. So there is a little bit of freedom as the program dictates for you to decide how to lay that out and ultimately how big the footprint should be. So that's where I guess I still don't quite understand where is the difficulty in accommodating that.
I could respond, and if going from the starting of the process, we had a certain amount of space of which we could do on the property, but we started with a master bedroom on the main floor. That's the first challenge of making that work. I can tell you from our standard sizes of homes that aren't trying to accommodate accessibility, these rooms are smaller than what we would normally do. We have not even 12 foot in width of our master bedroom. Well, typically that's our minimum. And just to be able to maneuver around in front of the bed, between the dresser and so forth, we had to scale that down. As all I can really tell you is the same thing when we laid the dining room table and the couch, and the distance between the couch and the dining room table is sub what we would normally do. So we couldn't condense those anymore to be able to take that space and put it someplace else. And so that whole process then moves to the 5-foot radius in certain key locations, to in front of the shower accessibility, to in vanity, all those. Yeah, I apologize for not doing the furniture layout, but all I can tell you is the exhibit that we showed is accurate for the 207 square feet, and the other spaces are not generous by any means. We had a challenge of getting around the furniture to get from between the dining room, past the furniture, into the porch. So.
You also mentioned that it was very difficult to design to ADA standards on a lot less than 7,500 square feet. Is that a fact, or is there some basis for that square footage? I would be interested in seeing that, because obviously here in Edina we are going to be faced with more tear downs and rebuilds on that. So if you could speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Is this working? Okay. That number actually comes from the home that we've designed. We, as Tim said, we feel like we've compressed the rooms to the extent possible to create a one-level living home where we have the master on the main level, and basically a person is able to spend their day and do the things they need to do on one level of the home. The spaces are significantly compressed, and the square footage, if you work backwards and take the city's 30% lot coverage on lots less than 9,000 square feet, that gets you to a number that's right around a 7,500 square foot lot to put a home that meets the requirements that we're looking at right now. And so on lots smaller than that, it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to put that together. And one other thing, you talked about practicality, a practical reason for our request, and the room dimensions are the practical hardship, is that you have to have spaces in the houses that accommodate the people that are living in the home, and a living room needs to be a certain size to even fit a sofa in. A bedroom needs to be a certain size to fit a bed in. And we're pushing those minimums.
I would like to add, if you could put up the exhibit that shows the areas that this exhibit here, who operates.
You want to see that?
Yeah. Just a couple of examples of where we would normally try to push and pull. You notice that we would normally have on a one-level plan, or the master living on one level, is a laundry room. And we were not able to do that with the space that we had. And so what we had to do is do a stackable inside of the walk-in closet for the master. If you look at the master closet, that is about as small as you could make the master closet. If I had room to be able to take it from a dining room or a living room and move it in there, I would have found a way to do that. In the mudroom, we have a closet. Typically, we would do not only a closet, but we would do a bench and hooks and some sort of drop zone for the groceries and so forth. So there's a lot of compromises that we weren't able to add to the plan just because of the limits. And so there's a lot of trading to be able to kind of make this work.
Again, in some of the programming elements, I think that's where you would have your greatest flexibility. You are focusing on areas, obviously, that I'd say probably are not non-negotiable. But in approaching a site, I would think that your greatest success would be in kind of looking at the program elements, what really needs to be there. And I think I'm just not convinced that you allocated space in the most efficient manner. I tend to believe that this is a problem. It requires a creative solution, but that it can be done. So for that reason, I think that issue of hardship is still a little lost on me.
Commissioner Forrest.
Thank you. A couple of questions, a couple of comments. To expand a little bit and to be perhaps a little more blunt about this is a custom design, and it was designed to exceed our code. You put all this time, money, and effort into it, knowing full well what the square footage of the lot is and what the building lot coverage requirements are. So I'm wondering how that decision came about. I mean, why would you do that?
I can tell you that in the design process, it became apparent that it wasn't practical to design a home that fit the needs that we're looking for within the square footage required by the code. As we started looking at spaces and allocation of space, I mean, as I'm looking at the piece that's laying in front of us, we have a living room dimension of 12'6". We have a master suite that, without the additional space here, is extremely small, smaller than the secondary bedrooms on most new homes that are constructed. The garage is not overly generous. I know there was something in the staff report that talked about an oversized garage. Well, the only oversized piece is the fact that we have some additional space on the front of the garage to allow a wheelchair or scooter access from the garage into the house in front of the vehicles. Without that extra space, this garage is similar size to most townhomes that are constructed today, not most single-family homes. So the spaces were compressed in the home as we designed, and we came to a point where we realized that there wasn't a practical way to get to a solution without requesting a variance to get to some additional square footage in the home. And I think this highlights an issue with a one-size-fits-all ordinance that could come up in the future again.
Did you then, when you saw that this was going to be an issue, did you work with staff on your plans and to work through all of this with them? What was their advice to you? The fact that you're going to exceed what the ordinance allows, did you then approach staff and ask to say, hey, how should we deal with this? What are our options? Or
our options, we were told, were a variance application.
Okay, and you decided to go that route using the plan you had. Okay. I work with aging services. I'm totally, and I understand the need, and I think it's very meritorious what you're doing here. On the other hand, you're dealing with 3 different jurisdictions. ADA is federal, and we have our comp plan, which you referred to, but on the other hand, variance law is state statute, and those criteria that we have to use to judge this by they're laid out by state law, not by our comp plan. The difficulty then, under that, is what is unique about this lot compared to the other lots around it that make it more difficult to build than it would be on the lot next to it or something. What makes this such an odd situation that you can't comply? And this is sitting in the middle of, like you showed, there's some uniformity on the block, and it's there are other lots like that. It's a flat lot. There's no terrain issues. That's one of the things that very often comes up. It's not just a size matter. I mean, I agree with staff. I think it's somewhat self-imposed here. The homes down the street that you show that are larger, they're on larger lots, the newly built ones, too, than this one is. I'm also a little bit bothered by the fact, as Commissioner Platter pointed out, the trees which you explained were lilac bushes, but you submitted a signed drainage, what's it called? Oh, erosion control plan indicating that those would stay, and then they're gone. So there's inconsistencies here that are bothering me. I'm not overly familiar with ADA. I doubt that there's a square footage minimum. I'm sure there are recommendations for aisle width or whatever between furniture and counters and things like that. But I'm just not comfortable with how this is coming about. You had the opportunity to design something new, and every lot isn't the right place for every building. So those are my concerns. But I will continue to listen as we talk about this some more.
I guess my comment to that would be that, first of all, the homes that I showed, the majority of those homes were on lots that are the same size as what we're talking about. There were two of those new homes that were on lots that were wider, and a couple of those new homes are on lots that are exactly the same size as this lot.
I know. I'm just talking about the size of the number of at least those two homes that were used as an illustration of what's on the block. And I'm not as concerned because it does seem to be a block transforming, even though I think neighborhood character has more to do with as you progress through a neighborhood. But that's my thing, is the impression that you get. It's very subjective. So that's not a huge issue for me, but the practical difficulty one I also am having trouble.
Well, the other piece of that is when you look at, you say there are other lots available. So, what we're kind of saying then is, if you want to build a home that's accessible, you have a couple of different options. You need to be at a certain income level to do that, because you have to be able to afford a lot that is large enough to be able to do what you're discussing. And you also have to accept a location. And one of the things with accessibility is not only the accessibility of the home, but the accessibility to the surrounding neighborhood and the amenities that are offered by the surrounding neighborhood. And that's another piece that plays into this.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Seeley.
Okay, so in drawing attention to the memorandum, I do understand that there has been an elevator kind of structurally anticipated in this plan. I don't know if that's still relevant. Yes, that's still part of the plan? Okay. I believe that with an elevator, assuming that it is to accommodate wheelchairs or mobility scooters or whatever other form of transportation around the house, I feel that the elevator would create less of a necessity to cram everything down on the first floor and would allow us to utilize the space more in the upstairs so that you could better comply with the variances. Am I right in kind of assuming that?
You can make that assumption until you have to live that way. When you're in a wheelchair, or you're reliant on a mobility scooter to get around, and every time you need to go, change your shirt, brush your teeth, do anything you need to do, now you need to work your way into the elevator, you need to go up a floor, you need to go to your bedroom, and go back down. One level living really becomes a necessity, when you're in that situation. And I think if any of us were in that situation, we would want the same accommodations.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for the applicant? Thank you. All right, at this time we'll open the public hearing, invite members of the public to come up and make comment on this application. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on the application? Seeing no volunteers, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The public hearing is closed. We'll bring the deliberations back to the Planning Commission. This is an interesting question. I mean, it's a couple of different values here. I think Mr. Hanisch correctly points out what our comprehensive plan urges, but we're also, I think, in this group were very sensitive to too much building on not enough lot, and we've been pretty stingy on lot area exceptions. I think we are kind of saying, if we do this, we're kind of saying that in accessibility situations we'll give a latitude. I'm not sure that's a bad idea, but it's an interesting. I'm somewhat, the notion that there's going to be in a lot this size with a house this size. I'm sympathetic to the notion of a bedroom on that main floor, even though technically, sure, you could put it on the upper floor and you could change the configuration maybe to get the footprint right. But I get that, and I think the exhibit that has the red cross-hatching is persuasive. So I'm really wrestling with how, is there a way, I guess the bottom line question is there a way to do this without needing the extra, and we're talking about, 205 square feet. Commissioner Lee.
I think that what we should try to do as the Planning Commission is really not try to get into too much detail about individual plans. I mean, obviously, every plan can be shown for its merits, and there was a certain reason why a designer would choose that way. My point is, we're not talking about a lot. What is it, 5%, 3%?
3%,
3%, okay.
205 square
My
feet.
point is that 3% just as easily could be put on the other side. Then show me a plan where you can meet the 3%. It's not about how much it's over. It's about coming up with a good plan. And if we are saying that all of our sites now are not going to be able to be designed for ADA accessibility, I would have a hard time believing that. ADA does not dictate square footages per room. It talks about clearances. And yes, there will be trade-offs. There have to be. We are not in an era right now where everything can be designed ADA, but it's talking about accessibility to be able to get through. So there's a range between what's accessible and what's really, really great. So I think that's where we don't weigh in on that. We just really need to say, show me a plan that can work within our existing zoning, our setbacks. And again, I think I would have been much more sympathetic had this been an existing house that said, look, we don't have enough room. We want to add this. We want to change this. The floor plan doesn't work for us anymore, and in looking at it. But this, given the fact that it's a complete tear down, and I've been in this position many times, even without ADA, you have a chance now to start clean with the given setbacks, and that's what problem solving is about. With a good designer, good architect, I believe that they can do that and find that 5% or 3%.
Commissioner Carr.
Well, I'm in favor of granting the variance, and if I take a look at the staff report, what are the primary issues? Is the proposed development reasonable for the site? Yes, it is. It's a home. Is the proposed variance justified? Now, the staff has said that the variance should not be granted unless it's found, per the zoning ordinance, a variance should not be granted unless it is found that the enforcement of the ordinance would cause practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance and that the use is reasonable. So again, we agree the use is reasonable. The issue is whether there's practical difficulties. So then I took a look at further in the report on page 3, which states that the following conditions must be satisfied affirmatively. The proposed variance will relieve practical difficulties that prevent a reasonable use from complying with the ordinance. And of course, that's the key issue here. Is there a practical difficulty? And I believe there is. It's a small lot. I think it is difficult to get a living room, a dining room, a bedroom, and a garage that's usable in today's age for someone that's handicapped and needs accessibility. So I think that is a practical difficulty based on this lot. Then I go to some of the other conditions that are stated. There are circumstances that are unique to the property, not common to every similarly zoned property, and they're not self-created. Obviously, they're not self-created conditions here, but I think the property is small. If you take a look at the chart on the diagram, there's different size lots in that neighborhood. Some are bigger than others, some are smaller. This happens to be small. Again, I don't think the plan that's been presented is a huge home. It's slightly over 2,000 square feet. So again, I think that you could argue that there are some circumstances unique to the property in that it's small, and that has to be that the use has to be taken into account. And then, will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? I don't believe it will. It looked very attractive, the plan, in relationship to the other homes. So for those reasons, I would support the variance.
Commissioner Forrest.
The only thing I would disagree with there is that it is self-created. It's a choice of that lot, which is not different. I mean, it's not something that's wrong with the property that they created. It's a self-created situation, just as we aren't to consider economics as a primary reason to grant a variance. This is a choice to start fresh with a new lot that is too small for what they want to put on it, and they. I don't lack empathy for the situation. I totally agree that there are some good arguments to do this. I just don't think it meets the criteria as that we're given under the state law. And I mean, to build a comfortable home that's ADA compliant and works well for this family, I see no problem with what you've come up with for a plan. However, I was just looking up, and you can get an ADA apartment for 2 bedrooms for 1,000 square feet and under. Add on a garage, and then add in some things that make it comfortable. It's going to be significantly larger, but it's still going. You could still do it for under the footprint that's proposed here. Would it be, as was said earlier, the greatest thing? Maybe not. But this is 200 square feet and a custom designed home, and I'm just thinking there's nothing wrong with the property for building a comfortable home on it. It's just that it's not large enough for what you're proposing.
Commissioner Hobbs.
I would agree with the statements made by Commissioner Lee. I think, I'm just not convinced that you can't find a way in this case to reduce the footprint by 3% and still accommodate the needs that you have for this house. And I just think that within the confines of how we grant a variance, I just don't know that we can grant a variance in this case without really exploring the possibility of how can you build a house that accommodates the needs that you're trying to accommodate in terms of accessibility, but at the same time meets our code. I think it's possible, and I just want to see a plan that does that.
Commissioner Scheer.
A couple of things I wanted to observe. I really like the design of the house. I like the overall way that it's positioned on the lot. And I really appreciate the effort made to have it fit in with the design of other homes and look comfortable in this block that has been changing. I did check on some of the other homes that have had additions, though, and I don't believe, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that any of the homes in their modifications have had to exceed the lead coverage in order to do that on the block. And that's partly, I'm sure, driven by the fact that they may not have first floor master bedrooms. They've been able to put everything upstairs, so they can do this vertically. They don't have the challenge of getting it on the main floor. All that being said, not every lot lends itself to every floor plan, even a beautiful floor plan. And I concur with some of my fellow commissioners. It's disappointing from the developer's perspective that you knew this was not going to fit on this lot, and that this is the lot you continue to propose this particular house for. There might be another lot that would be much better suited to it, and I wish you had either presented a different design that made an effort to scale this back, or had your clients looking at a different lot. I just hope you can appreciate the fact that we, are trying to maintain the code here, and even though it's a lovely design, I don't feel that I can support it on this particular lot.
Well, I also agree with Commissioner Lee and the other comments made that it is a new design, and I feel that you could have found that 205 square feet in it. So I agree. I like the design, but I just can't support it.
So I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Olson.
I move to deny the variance request with the conditions and the findings of the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. All right, so the motion passes 7-1. You can connect with staff. There is an opportunity to appeal to the City Council, and they can fill you in on the details of that. Thank you for your time. All right, next up on the agenda is a variance for Andrea Swan Charles and Rhonda Bland, 7,000 Cary Road in Edina.
First of all, I'll point out that there's a new page 4. It was kindly pointed out to me that there was a bad cut and paste, and a little bit of a remnant of another portion of a report was on there that shouldn't have been on there. And I didn't put new reports out in front of you so you could see the difference. Subject property is located at 7,000 Cary Road. This is a variance request for front and rear yard setback. The property is highlighted. It is a crescent-shaped lot at the corner of Dublin Road and Cary Road. You can see from this aerial photograph the relationship of the adjacent homes. The home to the north that fronts Dublin Road is much further back from Dublin Road than the subject home, which is south of that particular property. And the subject home is closer to the east property line or Dublin Road or to the intersection than the property to the north. The adjacent property to the west is actually well behind the lot in question. Both of the properties that are adjacent to the subject property, the one to the north and the one to the west, are elevated. They're at a higher elevation than the subject property. The subject home on the subject lot is elevated from both Cary Road and Dublin, so it's sort of a step down. The subject home is elevated from the street. It's up on a hill, but then the other two homes that are adjacent to it are further up in elevation from this particular property. This is a little closer view of the aerial photograph of the subject home. Here is the front of the home. As you look at it from Cary Road, the garage is loading off of Dublin. And you can see from this photograph that you're standing in the street. The home sits up on a hill. This home was built in 1978. The home to the west that's directly adjacent to it was built in 2003. So there was a complete tear down rebuild on that property in 2003. And the home to the north along Dublin at 7008 Dublin was built in 1998, so that was also a complete tear-down rebuild. The current home on the subject property is the older home amongst the three of them. The subject property is an irregular shaped lot, is bordered by two roads. The property is at the intersection of both Cary and Dublin. It is in the Prospect Knolls neighborhood. The proposed additions consist of an addition to the north within the required rear yard setback of 25 feet. This is showing the existing conditions of the site and the existing home. This is showing the additions. They're planning an addition to the north of the existing home, to the west of the existing home, and then to the south. This is actually just a stoop, but because it exceeds the square footage that we allow for a stoop encroachment, they do need a variance from that as well. What this graphic shows you is the required zoning setback that is for this particular lot, given the front yard setback average between Dublin and Cary Road, and also the rear yard setback. So the blue indicates the legal buildable area of the lot. So as you can see, a majority of the home and almost all of the garage is non-conforming and does not fit within the required or allowed building footprint. In fact, the proposed setbacks that they're hoping to accomplish, which is that yellow area, even the existing garage is beyond that request. The areas highlighted in orange are the proposed additions to the home. And again, another view of that, there will be some site grading, some new landscaping, some new retaining walls, all part of the project. However, all of those portions of the project are not needed as part of the variance request. They could do all of those improvements without having to get a variance. The variances involve the expansion of the house itself. This shows the existing trees and those trees that will be removed, and some of them have already been removed due to a disease. There's been some oak trees and some crab trees that have already been removed, but they've also indicated those trees that will be removed as a result of construction as well, due to the new sidewalk, driveway, retaining walls, and then also the building expansion. This shows the new landscape plan that they're proposing, which actually far exceeds the proposed ordinance that the Planning Commission will be considering this evening. The tree replacement and landscaping plan will replace 85 caliber inches of protected or non-construction impacted trees to be removed, with 165 caliber inches of trees, including a mixture of 48 10 to 14 foot tall pine trees, which will buffer the north, the west, and a portion of the south property line. You'll have a pine tree hedge almost all around 3/4 of the site. There also will be 18 3-inch caliper birch trees that will be planted. All of those plantings will far exceed, again, the tree replacement ordinance that the Planning Commission is going to be considering. Regarding engineering review, the engineering as it relates to grading, drainage plan, and stormwater management plan, the proposal will not affect nearby private property and will not negatively impact city infrastructure. So the engineering department doesn't have a problem in terms of the grading and drainage of the site. There's a comment that the retaining walls near the driveway that go down to the edge of the street will have to be pulled back to be 5 feet away from the edge of the street, as well as the sidewalk area will have to be completely removed. The setback of the retaining walls, which there are retaining walls that occur for driveways in areas and actually within this neighborhood. Brian Olson, the Public Works Director, has indicated that the 5-foot setback would allow for snow plowing so that there won't be any damage to those retaining walls, so that's why they would require that. They also do require that proposed sidewalk area be removed. There will be a street reconstruction project in 2019 if everything goes on schedule. So that if there were any retaining walls in that area, they probably would have to be moved back anyway. So that would be part of the building permit process and is not part of consideration for the variance. However, it's an observation that engineering made as part of their review. This is the grading, drainage, stormwater, erosion control plan that's been reviewed by the engineering department. Going on to the additions, this is the basement floor plan. So the north addition will be storage in the basement area. The stoop is just footings. And then for the westerly addition, it would be a study, a hallway, and an outdoor access to the side yard. The rear yard is very tight. They have a large side yard, so they're hoping to access that with that new addition. On the main floor, then, you will have an expansion towards the north, which would reduce the setback, which is required at 25 feet to 18 feet. So that's the variance that they're requesting for that, which would include casual dining, a powder room, kitchen, laundry area, and then the addition to the west, which would consist of a porch with a deck outside of that. Most of the deck that would be going towards the north is actually conforming. It would meet the 5-foot rear yard setback. And then the stoop addition, which is just an open stoop area, but it's larger than what we currently would allow for that, also impacts the front yard setback request. Here are the elevations showing the front elevation, the new stoop, the westerly addition, which shows the addition towards the base, in the basement, and then the porch area towards the west. The rear addition, all of the additions are one-story additions, so it is a two-story home, but all of the additions are one-story plus basement area. And then the west exterior view showing the porch above and then the lower level. And you can see as the grade dropping off in this area for a door opening. It was difficult for them to come up with a perspective that shows both the neighbors as well as the subject home, which would include some of the improvements, because you have the house to the north that's much further back and is kind of offset from this house, and then the home to the west, which is much further back and up a hill and is a pretty deep distance between the two. But this gives you an idea, if you're standing on Cary Road towards the west of the property, what it would look like, including the pine trees that have been planted and some of the other site improvements. And really what you'll see is that porch addition on the main floor with the lower level addition on the basement. This actually is a graphic from when the property was subdivided in 1977. The lot was divided off from the lot to the north. There were no variances that were required according to the information in the subdivision file. The area that I highlighted in pink is they, at the time, indicated what the setbacks would be required for the lot. And they called out a 30-foot setback along Cary Road and Dublin Road. They do have a 25-foot setback to the north lot line, which is the minimum rear yard setback and another setback that they're requesting a variance from. But at the time that the lot was subdivided, and the homes that were rebuilt on the sites to the west and to the north, I don't know where the previous homes were, but the new homes are much further back, and they do dictate now the required setback for the lot. So the primary issue is the proposed development reasonable for this site. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 single dwelling unit districts. The additions are appropriate in size and scale for the lot and for the home. The proposed improvements is located far back from neighboring property to the west, and it's proposed to be landscaped with pine tree buffers adjacent to the property to the north. The additions as proposed cannot be constructed to conform or relocated in a conforming area on the lot. I mean, it's a very large lot, but unfortunately, it's highly impacted by our code. Staff does recommend approval for the variance with the following findings. The proposed location of the additions are reasonable, given the lack of opportunity to build on the lot. Any expansion or addition to the home would require a variance. There's very little you can do. You can put a deck off the back that would meet the ordinance requirements. The applicant cannot locate the additions on the lot to meet all setback requirements. The practical difficulty in this instance is that the configuration of the lot, the original house placement combined with the large front street setbacks that have been affected because the other homes adjacent to it have been rebuilt. And the proposed additions will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The additions will complement the existing neighboring homes. It's a one-story addition with a basement added onto it, with only the western portion that would be viewed from Cary Road. Any approval should be subject to the following conditions: that the site must be developed and maintained to conform with the following plans. Survey date stamped November 25th, 2014. Building plans date stamped November 25th, 2014. Compliance with the conditions and comments listed in the environmental engineer's memo dated December 3rd, 2014. And submission of evidence of a watershed district approval. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Shearer.
Chris, can you leave the one with the pink drawing up for a minute? That'll lend itself to a question I have. So I want to understand that. I think you used the phrase "at the time of the subdivision."
Correct.
This would have been the allowable buildable area on the lot?
That's what they indicated would be the allowable building area in 1977.
And we've gone in this diagram where we have this yellow and blue. We've gone to the narrower blue because of changes in the positioning of other homes that have been built?
The home to the north and the home to the west were torn down and rebuilt, one
Right.
in 1998 and one in 2003. I can't speak for how this was looked at back in 1977, but obviously today, that's how we look at it.
Okay. So, but it is interesting to me that the three proposals for the changes in the home, the north, the enlarged stoop area, and the west addition, are all within this pink area, if that was an original proposed buildable area?
With the exception of the setback to the north, because they are showing a 25-foot required setback, and it would be reduced to 18 feet with this proposal.
Okay.
The house was built pretty close to the north lot line.
Mm-hmm. Question about the stoop. You said it exceeds the, we have an encroachment allowance for that. By how much does it exceed it?
It's the maximum is 50 square feet. It's probably 3 times that.
Okay.
But it's just a flat landing stoop. It's not anything more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Platter.
Whoops. Chris, can you go back to the multicolored one? I just want to...
Sure.
Kind of Commissioner Shearer's question, if you could just enlarge that just so I'm clear on this. So the blue right now, by those houses being built, the new front yard setback, that blue area is the only place that would conform at this point.
Correct.
Right.
If you were to tear down and rebuild the home, that would be your opportunity.
Good luck, huh? So then the yellow one is what they're asking for. Is that correct?
Yes, and
So they could-
actually,
Or what they're asking for would allow them to build into any of that yellow area. I know they're not, but that's what would be buildable area for this lot with this variance, correct?
well, no.
No.
What would be, they would be tied to their plan. So if they wanted to expand somewhere else in that yellow area, they would have
Well,
to come back to it.
Agreed. I'm just
Right.
theoretically that they could have done something in the rest of the yellow area. That's what I was getting at.
Yes, I think what they were trying to represent is that with the stoop, which is just a flat landing stoop area, if you take, that's the closest point, and you wrap it all the way around Dublin to Cary, that's what you end up with that setback. But they're not proposing anything else.
Understood. I'm just trying, okay. So that creates your whole front setback then by what they're proposing now.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. it's great to see these in color like this because it makes a lot of sense and just it's a lot of things going on here. Thanks.
Other questions for Ms. Acker? Commissioner Lee.
Chris, this is a question about the proposed walls. I guess we're calling proposed walls. I'm assuming the walls are the retaining walls. Interchangeably, we're referring to them. If hypothetically all they wanted to do was put these walls up, and I understand right now I think they're timber, would they need to come for a variance on that?
No.
Okay.
And
So
the existing walls are timber, but the new ones won't be.
right, they're proposing some type of stone. Okay, I just had that question. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Chris. At this time, I'd invite the applicant to come forward and tell us about the project. So if you have something to show us, you could do the middle, but if you just want to talk to us, you could do one of the sides.
Okay, I just want to talk to you.
All right. And we just want to listen.
All right, super. I'm Rhonda Bland. My husband, Dr. Charles Bland, and I have lived at this house since 1979. Chris talked about the division of the property. Russ and Katie Wilson used to live there at that time. And the history of the property is that he decided he wanted to retire and they were going to move to Florida. He wanted to maximize the value of his property. He came to the city and asked to subdivide. They said, okay. He subdivided the lot and sold it to a contractor who started the house on spec. And that was, I think, 77, 78, Chris said. The house was about 60, 70% finished in the spring of 79. It was advertised by Edina Realty. My husband and I found it. We fell in love with it, and we bought it and moved in the summer of 79. It's the place where we raised our children. Our kids went to Edina schools, and it's the place where we welcome our grandchildren today. So we were Edina residents before that in another home, and even before that we rented in Edina. So long time here. We really enjoy our neighborhood. We love our house, we love the neighborhood, and we like our neighbors very, very much. But we have an issue in our lives. A few years ago, my husband was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And it seems to be a broken record tonight, so I'm sorry for that. But anyways, and so that's our situation. And though we love our home, we have stairs on 3 levels. And going forward, it's not going to work for us. And we've looked around and we've considered other situations, but we keep coming back to our own property. This is where we want to be. So we've put together a great team, who I will introduce to you in a moment. But the first thing I said to the building architect when I met her was, number 1 priority, an elevator, which you heard about tonight. But we're not doing a shaft, we're actually doing the elevator. So my husband will have mobility. And in our home, the master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. And we're not moving that. We're making modest changes to adapt the home for our living, hopefully for a number of years. And this is where we want to stay. So having said that, if you don't have questions of me, no, I would like to introduce my terrific team who are here tonight. Andrea Swan of Swan Architecture, Travis Van Leer of Travis Van Leer Studio Landscape Architect, and Bob Neer of Streeter and Associates, who will be the general contractor. Any further ado? Here they are, and no questions? No? Okay.
I don't think so. Thank you, Ms. Bland.
Thank you.
For that wonderful intro. I'm Andrea Swan, the architect, and Bob, Neer, and Travis. We're here to answer any questions that you may have. The drawings that I'm holding are drawings that Chris already walked you through. It seems like the focus is we have a non-conforming lot, a very irregular lot. We feel that our proposed additions are reasonable, just given the nature of the lot and given the needs of the client. So does anybody have any questions for me?
Commissioner Olson.
Could you just kind of walk through the floor plan and what you're adding? It looks like...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Like, is that a new kitchen or...
Let's start with the main level, because the lower level really is a basement, except for the westerly portion of the lot where we're going to continue to have a walkout. The existing home actually has a walkout. Let me go back. Okay, so, this has doodles on it already for hopefully our next meeting when you grant our variance request. Forgive the pencil doodles. So the main level, the darker tone, and Chris's diagrams more clearly illustrate where the existing versus the new are, but the bump out on the easterly side is 9 feet, and on the westerly side is 11 feet to accommodate a new laundry, powder, kitchen with a casual dining area. You can see we're not striving to make this a handicap ADA accessible home. We're just trying to make it more practical for the client. So you see we have circular diagrams that represent what a 5-foot diameter would be. We're essentially taking the same functions of the house, but we're just making them larger to make for more spacious landing area from the new elevator, which does occur within the existing home. We found a convenient location that can stack the 3 stories to hopefully get Charles up to his bedroom on the 2nd floor, and then down to the main living area, and tie the new kitchen hopefully to a beautiful new 3-4 season porch, so that from that main level, there can be enjoyment of the beautiful westerly portion of the lot where it's nicely wooded, and we're hoping to remove buckthorn and improve actually the landscape to the west. And celebrate sun exposure to the south and to the southwest. So that's and then of course deck on the north. There currently is a deck. We would be replacing it with new deck and existing retaining walls, which aren't showing up except for in pencil on my plan with new retaining walls, because the existing retaining walls, which are made out of timber, they're dilapidating. I'll go to the lower level. So because we're adding an addition, we have foundation. And the lower level, for the most part, is a basement, except for there's a walkout opportunity to the west, and so we're adding a door for the walkout. New study space beneath the new screen porch, and then it's by and large just doing cosmetic improvement to the existing lower level space. The bump out to the north would remain storage, or become storage, I should say. And then the exteriors, we sought to be respectful of the existing home's aesthetic. So we have the addition to the west. You can barely tell where the addition is to the north. And then from the south, you see the 3-season, 4-season porch extending to the west.
So where's the kitchen today? I guess
the kitchen actually, let's see, I don't have it here. The kitchen is where it is right now. It's just that it's a galley-style kitchen. It's really narrow. I see if I can find a. Chris, you didn't have it in your report, did you? The existing kitchen? I don't think so. I have it in my.
That's okay. So it's just adjacent to the bump out. You're just adding.
It is,
okay.
Yes.
And then you're adding the porch and you're adding the stoop. So, okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Lee.
I'm going to follow up with Commissioner Olson, some of her questions about the plan. Ms. Swan, I'm just trying to understand, obviously, if you were going to do anything to this building, you'd have to come before us for a variance. I'm just trying to determine what actually is driving this addition. So it sounds like you decided that you wanted to just make it a little more spacious, so that the spaces could be negotiated a little bit better. So the existing kitchen is where the elevator ended up being in, taking up some of that area?
Actually, no, where the elevator is going is where the mudroom currently is. So where the elevator is, we need to bump out north of it to accommodate a laundry and mudroom area. And then the kitchen is essentially just growing. It's a galley-style kitchen right now. It's growing to accommodate an island. Like many homeowners that live in 35-year-old homes, the kitchens weren't designed back then are not like kitchens that, that we want islands now, that we want to accommodate now, plus ample room around it to circulate.
So are you adding the powder room, or are these all existing programmatic elements that were there, but now they got pushed out a little bit so that you could get these other things to the interior of this?
Correct.
Okay. And the footprint really, expansion of the overall footprint was a result of needing that additional interior space.
Correct.
Would you say I'm looking at the lower level, so it looks like there was a study that was added as well as a porch. Those probably weren't the driving factors. It was more. If you had to prioritize, was it more the functionality of the kitchen living areas?
Well, I will say that the four-season porch, as well as a study beneath it, were driving factors. We lost a bedroom upstairs in order to accommodate the elevator that will get the client to their master bedroom suite. We had to basically absorb one of the 4 bedrooms upstairs to accommodate that. So that lower level study for future homeowners or for them is going to be now that 4th bedroom that we lost. So that's a plus, and that's a great opportunity where we have the natural light to lend one in. The screen porch is, if you think about it, on that main living, the fact that we don't have the master suite on that main living, it's an opportunity for the client to get from that main level and get outside and enjoy the sun.
Can I comment too? Because I think it relates to that. If we look at the plan, I'm Bob Muir with Streeter and Associates. If we can open up the main level plan. So part of the addition here, if you see where the elevator, which is here, the house is a 2-story house. So the elevator had to go in what is currently the 2-story area. The addition is only one story. And so part of the width of the elevator caused the need to bump out the back so we could get the 2-story shaft to stay within the existing structure. So where the elevator currently is, it had to be done differently.
Oh, so the elevator actually was dictated by the 2nd floor.
Correct.
It had to land in that spot.
Correct.
And so once you placed it on the 1st floor, you realized you got to do something on the 1st floor to make an adjustment.
Right.
So it sounds like that really what your goal here was is the increase is really driven by that elevator. It starts with that elevator, and then some rooms, living spaces on the 1st floor had to be adjusted and grow, and then the loss of the bedroom upstairs has now become sort of that westernmost option, the study at the lower level and the porch.
I can just add that we did explore options. We try to exhaust our options in terms of where is the most appropriate spot with the least amount of impact, and also the most optimal amount of opportunity to place the elevator within the existing home. We looked at placing it as an addition to the north, which caused essentially 2-story tower to get up. That didn't feel right. We looked at putting it more centrally into the home, but that just proved to be not as practical and had structural ramifications as well. So this we deduced that this was the right spot for it.
In all those cases, you still would have had to come for a variance.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Forrest.
Just a quick one. I'm curious. So the elevator opens on a different side in the basement, is that right?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. How do you do that?
You can do anything these days.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and invite anyone from the public who would like to comment on this application to come forward. Just come to one of the side podiums and tell us your name and address and share your thoughts.
I'm Avis Rosenlund, and my mother, Mary Ann Rosenlund. We've had the house on 7024 Down Road. My dad built it in 1960. And I also wrote a letter because my mother could not attend tonight because of a medical cortisone injection in her spine to help her walk. So another one. But I would like to express a couple of things that, first of all, I know you're here for the variance, but there's more to this whole plan than just the variance that you're looking at tonight. First of all, they have room, they have a butler's pantry that they could turn into part of the kitchen and still put their elevator in. The other thing is they currently have a chairlift that does allow him upstairs, so it's not a matter of adding something that he doesn't already have. And the other is, I think you need to physically look at this piece of property because of its weird configuration. If you look at, there was a Hennepin County map that she showed right at the beginning that had right angles of the streets, and I don't have it, but maybe you could put it up, or the aerial of that area. Sorry, but I'm not a professional speaker.
You're doing just fine.
That one.
There we go.
This part here.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rosenling, we'll need you to use the handheld. And then can you remind me which address you're at?
Okay, is that okay? 7024 Down Road.
Got it. Okay.
Which is this one.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Down Road, Wexford, Cary. This is not right angles like a normal city street. This is a very wide opening where it's, I don't know how to explain it without you all physically looking at it. The streets actually go more the curvature of the yellow lines. So everything that you see comes up into this area of their house. And it's a very, very steep hill. It's already got some subsidence problems. Okay, and the retaining wall that everybody's talking about of wood is strictly right here on the driveway up on Dublin. This is all going to be, they wanted to add on here and add retaining walls and then plant pine trees, from our understanding, within 5 feet of the road. I urge all of you to go look at this property because this is not something that should be done in this neighborhood. It's not feasible. You're talking, I hate to compare the two things, but I listened patiently in your first variance request. That 200 square foot variance should have been allowed versus this one not being allowed. And I don't understand the logic behind what you guys are doing. We've lived here since 1960. These were dirt roads when I moved in there. I graduated from Edina High School in '69. So I know what this neighborhood looked like before everybody divided their lots. And I think this should have been built differently, and there's so much space in that house right now, you could remodel the inside without affecting any new footprints or any retaining walls on that bank. And I don't know what else to say other than you have a letter that my mom and I wrote that we submitted because I didn't know if I was coming or she was going to be able to come. But that's...
yes, we have that.
Yeah, that's basically what our feelings are.
Can I just ask, at the end of your comments, you talked about the pine trees. Is your objection to the pine trees or to the building or to both?
The objection is getting closer to their lot line in the back, which really doesn't affect our view of sight. But this retaining wall that they want to do with this porch on the west side, we don't really know how tall it is. Nobody has ever told us that. We don't know how close it's coming to Cary Road. It's our understanding, since it has a private maintenance agreement, it's going to be within 5 feet of Cary Road. How do you plant a pine tree within inside pavement to a retaining wall? And it's a dry stack retaining wall on a hill that already has subsidence problems.
Okay.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate your comments. Other comments from members of the public? So I think you'd be, unless there's something you want to show us on there, the side podium is better. Just
Hi,
introduce yourself.
My name is Ed Gianiga, and I live on 7024 Wexford, which is, I'm on the south, I guess it'd be the southwest, looking at the southwest corner of the property in question. And my main concern about that with the, is the height of that retaining wall on the southwest side of the property that they're proposing. And the line of pine trees that's going to be along the Cary Road. I guess the intent would be to hide the size of the retaining wall because it would appear to me. Do you guys know how tall that would be?
It varies.
We'll get
What's
to that.
at the highest? Okay.
You know what? I'll follow up with them because these are good questions. You asked one, and
So
Ms. Rosalind did
the other
as well.
question I would have is if the pine trees are going to be that close to the road, I'd like to know where the snow is going to go.
Okay.
Because there's not too many options in that area. And if the trees are there, it's all going to be ending up on somebody else's property. And that would probably be mine and Mary Ann's, which is already gets loaded up from the snow coming up down road. So I'm not too sure if I have any issues with the actual building. It's more with the landscaping on the south end of the project.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Hang on one second. I want to just complete the public hearing. Are there other comments from members of the public? All right, seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. Now it's a good time. So the questions, I hear questions about the pine tree location, the retaining wall location and height, and then kind of plans about the snow removal, how they might be affected by that.
Yep. My name is Travis Van Leer. I'm the landscape architect charged to work with the clients to help update their property, so to speak. There's some misinformation, I would say, with regards to some of the comments, and I'll just kind of walk you through the plan, but I'll give you a kind of overview of what we're striving to do with the landscape. The landscape was installed at the same time as the house, so it's pretty dated, and a lot of it, some of the retaining walls are in disrepair. So part of what I was brought into the project was to kind of make not only the additions that Andrea is proposing and that the homeowners want kind of meld seamlessly into the existing landscape, but to blend everything in and make it more usable for them as well. So right now, the existing home, you have to go up a series of stairs to get into the house and down a couple stairs to get to the patio. The lot to the west is a fairly steep grade. It's actually having some erosion issues as well. And there's a significant amount of oak trees and other heritage trees that kind of populate the site that we're trying to preserve. So we tried to work within the constraints of what we're doing, and basically what we're trying to do is seamlessly integrate the house in the site, but make it usable, make it functional. So the retaining wall that you see to the west, that my finger is pointing here, it's actually just to kind of terrace that sloped lawn. There's a walkout condition that exists from the house, but then from that you kind of go down to the hill. So we're trying to make the lawn more usable. They technically don't really have a backyard, I would say. So it's just making the use of a usable space to create kind of a flat space to look out for the grandkids to play on, so they don't have to go, falling down to the street or sliding into the street.
So how close does it come to the lot line at the corner?
So the lot line, and I should point this out, the lot line is actually 15 feet away from the edge of the road. So there's this kind of 15-foot buffer, which is the boulevard. So the pine trees are 5 feet from that. So technically, the pine trees will be planted about 20 feet away from the road, so it shouldn't have any issue with regards to snowplow, with regards to visualization of that. The wall itself is probably another 5 feet, I believe, from, and I apologize, I didn't put dimensions onto the plan, but it basically, and that will be dictated by how much a cost will become an issue when we do these walls and everything. But I want to say they're about 25 feet away, 30 feet away from the street edge itself. So it'll be about 5 to 10 feet away from the property line.
And how tall will the?
How tall? It goes from basically at grade here on the eastern edge to about 4.5 to 5 feet on the farthest westerly point, and then back to 0 at the far northerly point. So it's basically just creating this kind of flat, usable lawn space that is an extension of the walkout from the lower level for use of a yard. That is not the wall that was in question from the engineering standpoint, the engineer's report. Those walls are these walls on the western side. One currently exists, and we're replacing that. That's the railroad tie wall that will be replaced, and we'll pull that away. And then the other wall it's a proposed new wall that one of the demands or one of the items that the homeowners really strive to, and this is the design again for their accessibility purposes, is they really wanted to have a sidewalk extend out to the street so that they could access their mail, go out and get it. So currently it's difficult for Dr. Charles to walk down the driveway because the driveway has a slope to it. So the proposal was just to extend the walkway, have a series of stairs, which is actually easy for him to do with the walker, so that he could walk down and get the mail. So that's why the sidewalk was extended all the way to the street edge. And we feel it's kind of it's an appropriate thing. Funny that all the sidewalk conversations that are going on in the city of Edina right now, we thought it would be met with pleasant surprise, but actually there was the comment about pulling it back. So we would like to keep it and use it for accessing the mailbox if possible.
And with respect to the question that came up about the snow removal, what you're saying is there's a 10 feet, or did you say 15 feet?
I believe it's 15 feet for the drainage easement
between the edge of the roadway, and the property line.
Yeah,
and then it's another 5 feet to the actual planting of the pine trees.
Yeah, the pine trees, and then probably about 8 to 10 feet for the corner of the wall.
All right.
And everything's west of that. Everything's inside of our property line. We're not exceeding any beyond that except for the eastern half of the property.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Lee?
And the purpose of the pine trees?
Just to, the lot is fairly overgrown with buckthorn on the western portion of the property, so there was concerns. They really like the buffer that they have from their neighbor to the west right now with the new house. They don't have a lot of landscaping in front of it, so it's highly visible. It was proposed to kind of create kind of the screening because the new house to the north as well is kind of positioned back, and it's looking down onto the house and where these private spaces will be. So the pine trees were just proposed to provide kind of an evergreen screen and kind of create more of privacy from the two adjoining neighbors.
And just a question, maybe you're not the person to ask, but were there any meetings to notify the neighbors? You had any discussions about what your plans were during this process?
We submitted, and I'll let the homeowner speak to that as well, but we submitted, and I believe that the homeowner contacted everyone within the adjacent notification from the thing. But anyway, I'll let her speak to that. But yeah, I've had conversations with the neighbor to the west. I addressed some of his concerns. His concerns were what was he going to be looking at from his side, and he was concerned about how many trees we were removing. We kind of explained that we're removing the trees that were dead or that had issues, or that we had to selectively do for the new landscape improvements, and that we were replacing with an evergreen screen, and he seemed fine with that. So with that, if there's any other questions, I'll let the homeowner.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Kerr.
Relating to the trees, I'm looking at the overhead view of the property, and you say there's some buckthorn there, but it looks like maybe there's some large trees too. And then when you show your landscaping plan, it shows pretty much all the trees gone and just evergreens. So I'm just wondering how many large trees you're removing, because you may be affecting the tree canopy.
We are not taking any large trees out to the west. Everything that we are removing was indicated on the tree removal plan, which I seem to not have in Andrea's package here. But I believe it was just immediate wherever the retaining walls were going, or wherever there was landscape improvements, those were the trees that we were taking out. Everything else will stay as is, and then we were supplementing with new plantings that were going to kind of exceed what we were taking out. Like I said, we're keeping all the significant oak trees, the significant kind of hardwood trees. There was a couple of cedar trees that are kind of large and overgrown that kind of block the front, that are adjacent to the front walk, that are kind of growing into the canopy of the oaks. I recommended that they get removed because they're growing into the canopy of the oaks, and we wanted to see the oaks more and open up the view to the house. So those are really the only two trees that I would say that are kind of, we could probably save, but we thought that it would be healthier in the end for the oak trees to keep.
I believe this might be the landscaping plan here. Maybe if you could put that up so we could take a look at that, and then you could describe to us what these trees represent. Are they ones that are you keeping or removing?
So the ones in gray here are to be removed, and actually some of these have already been removed. Some of the crab apples that had severe scab or blight, so they were taken out. We're removing one of the spruce trees. These are the cedar trees. So it's just these, and then these in the back mainly exist where the proposed deck and the new retaining wall and everything else will be going into. And for most part, I would say that they're not in the best of health. They're kind of overgrown, and that what we'll be replacing with will be a better quality and provide a better screening to the adjacent neighbors.
And this particular diagram doesn't show, though, where replacement trees might be?
No, that's on the landscape plan.
Okay.
So the plan that I was just showing you, thanks, Andrea. So yeah, so we have a row of new trees along the driveway, and then the pine plantings that kind of dot the edges of the property, and they will probably more than likely will be in and out, because what's not indicated on here is there's a lot of trees that are of 6-inch or less caliper, and we'll probably be keeping the majority of the hardwoods like the maples and other stuff that exists in there. So this is pretty populated with a wooded area. A lot of it is actually buckthorn, and that's what we're going to be taking out, but it will still remain kind of the wooded hardwood forest. We're not clear cutting or decimating the site.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Forrest.
The retaining wall in the front, is that also dry stacked, or is that going to be of different construction because of its height and everything?
So there's a couple of different constructions. So everything, usually what we try to do is we try to do dry stack walls just because they're less invasive and kind of more, you can work around the existing trees a lot better with that. So for the majority of these walls that are shown will be dry stacked. The one in question that we might have to change to a different system, which might be a veneered system, would be the back retaining wall, because that wall is, it's about an 8-foot timber wall. That's kind of terraced in spots, and with the addition we kind of bumped out, so we kind of have one wall, so we're trying to keep it about 6.5 to 7 feet tall, and we can still do that. It just has to be engineered with the geogrid system and other things, but that might go to when we dig, depending on the soils. We don't want to obviously encroach into the neighboring property. It might become a precast wall with stone veneer meant to look like the dry stack walls that we're doing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bland, did you have something you wanted to add?
There was a question about whether or not I had contacted my neighbors with regard to this plan. A letter went out last Monday from the city. It was received on Tuesday, and I made calls to all the neighbors on Monday and Tuesday. I was able to contact everybody on that list except for 2. One has an address in California, a post office box in California, and the other one is Sally Smith, who's CEO of Buffalo Wild Wings, and her mailbox is full. So I couldn't even leave a message, and she's not around very much. So those were the 2 I couldn't reach. I met with a couple of my neighbors face-to-face. I offered to meet with a third neighbor who's represented here tonight by her daughter, and she said it wasn't convenient for me to meet with her. So that face-to-face meeting never happened. I have had phone calls more recently, and people across the street, the Bloomies across the street, the Carlsons, Peter Lee, who was on my west, have all supported the plan. In addition, I met with Shirley Paulson, who lives to my north. I spoke to her on the telephone, and then I sat down with her in her living room on Saturday, and she said she also approved the plan. So, and Kathy and the Statines, who also live in Cary Road at the end of the cul-de-sac, also approved the plan.
All right, thank you.
You're most welcome.
All right. Ma'am, I'm sorry, the public hearing has been closed, and I... All right. So, deliberations by the commission. Commissioner Scheer.
This is probably clarification from Chris, but with regard to the retaining wall, other than the engineering review because of the height, there would be no variance or anything requested with regard to the retaining wall, correct?
Correct. You wouldn't have to see it.
Right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Forrest.
But if it's over 4 feet, they would need a permit, is that correct?
They would need a permit, and it would have to be engineered, that's correct.
So that, then they would be reviewing the drainage, any drainage issues or
The
anything
engineering
associated
department
with
would
it.
be doing that. Yes.
Right.
So it'll be a building permit, not a variance or other
Correct.
planning permit. Okay. Commissioner Lee.
Well, I was just trying to get to the point of this, and I know that it follows on one that was also requesting a variance for similar reasons, and that is sort of more of an accessible living space for the occupants. In some cases, this one falls in that category I was at least talking about, where it's an existing house, and the owners need to revise it. So then I, in some respects, look at it differently than a brand new house that is being built. And the reason for that, I think, is because in some ways we're hoping as a planning commission that we don't have to sit here and review everyone's plans, in the hope that depending on if we can be swayed whether we like the plan or not, then they may indeed get the variance. So I like to, for me personally, to stay on the side of looking at what our setback requirements are and our lot coverage and start from there. And again, when I see a complete tear down and a new chance to build something or design something, I think that those become sort of the program statement requirements, and that a good designer, a good architect can work within that realm. And if they can't, then generally I think it really helps to see more visual confirmation of why not. So it will probably, in the previous case, it would have been helpful to see a plan where they did try to actually stay within that, and we'd actually see those spaces. For example, this is too cramped, or we couldn't do this, or we had to give up this space. I think that would go a long ways towards educating us if we got to that point. So it's not an arbitrary thing where we're just looking at a plan or looking at how big the house is or who's got the bigger house, but it's really looking at why this is coming before us at this point in time. And given the current regulations, the code, the setbacks, the requirements, whether this is justified in granting it. So back to this particular case, for me it is about that elevator. I think an elevator is the way accessibility is going to go if you're ever going to have a two-story space. In fact, I mean, that's already dictated by commercial. Everybody had to put in an elevator, and there was a lot of heartache over that when that first came in. But if we accept that that's sort of a given, I thought this one was really interesting because we didn't see the plans for the second floor because indeed they didn't change anything. They put this elevator up there and they're working with the existing floor and said this is the space. And so that actually is what drove the expansion of the first floor. Now it affected how the first floor plan was laid out. So I'm looking at the overall spaces, the amount of space that kind of set off a chain reaction, and hearing that a bedroom was lost on the upper level makes sense to me that you would try to recoup that space on another level. And so that, to me, again said, and that explains the other western portion of that addition. So I think in this case, it's a very, very different case for me. I think the landscaping was explained well. I believe that the tree coverage was also explained well. Again, I think a lot of the tree issues, until we get that tree ordinance passed, we really don't even have much to weigh in on this as far as tree removal and deciding to plant some new pine trees. So I have all my concerns addressed in this particular case, and I would be able to support this.
Commissioner Carr?
I do want to add, though, that even though we don't have the tree ordinance in effect yet, we can still add conditions to the granting of a variance that would include protection of trees, similar to what we are proposing.
Commissioner Wilson.
I was just going to say that I kind of agree with Commissioner Lee, but I also feel, I guess I'm a little concerned with the expansion on the rear. Looks like you know, going beyond that 25-foot setback. So there's some similarities to this variance to the one previous, where I think that perhaps it has gone further than, you know, maybe is absolutely necessary. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I agree with that front yard setback. When we have those averages that you're left with nothing to do, you know, you have to get a variance to add anything to your home. But with that said, also with the sidewalk, how, I don't know, Carrie or Chris, if you can answer this. I know the engineer said that the sidewalk has to be removed. That's proposed in the right-of-way, but yet a retaining wall could remain as long as there was an easement. If this gets passed, could we do the same with the sidewalk to allow them to have that access?
That's not a zoning issue. That's something that the engineering department reviews, so it would not be part of this request, and couldn't be part of this request.
Okay. Could they request that the engineering department review that to see if it'd be possible to allow them to have some sort of easement maintenance agreement for the sidewalk too?
They could work with the engineering department, but it's not anything that could be addressed with zoning or with a variance application.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to piggyback on some of those comments. I agree with Commissioner Olson that the front yard, the front and the side seem to be kind of no-brainers to me. This is another one of these average setbacks on a curved corner that just creates a almost unbuildable lot. I'm a little more concerned about the rear, and I'm a little reluctant to be getting into the business of figuring out the rationale for expanding. And I'm not sure after the last one we looked at, I'm not sure that's, I'm not sure I would feel differently about this if it was just somebody saying, look, we think the footprint doesn't work for us. And to me, that bump out in the back and the problem with it really is a function of the house being placed there once upon a time. And so if you're going to reconfigure it and you're going to keep the kitchen where it is, you can't exactly put the kitchen out in the front where it'd be logical to expand. So I think I can get comfortable with that, and I just don't want to get in the business of, as compelling as these stories have been this evening, of trying to decide whether to grant a variance based on what is going on inside the building. I think we've had plenty of folks who've come in and said, we just want a more updated, livable house, and I think we have to evaluate it on that front. So I'm supportive of the of the application. Commissioner Carr.
Well, I would agree with you in as far as this variance goes. I mean, the real practical difficulties are the lot size itself and the fact you can't do any addition without getting a variance. I think the additions are reasonable, and they are presented with difficulties because there's no way they can add on to this house without requesting a variance. And I think the additions are reasonable. I don't think we need to get into the reasons even in this instance.
Yeah, and I just would add to Commissioner Lee's point that, if you were going to scrape the property and start over, then I would certainly have a lot less sympathy for the rear yard setback. I would expect them to pull that 25 feet and then work with it on the front. All right. Commissioner Scherer.
Since we're doing so much comparing between different things that have come before us tonight, I think it's worth pointing out, too, I don't think we've stated for the record that after the proposed changes to this house, the lead coverage would be 16.2%.
Yeah, there's a lot of property to work with here. All right, I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Platter.
I'd make a motion to approve, subject to the staff conditions outlined in the report. And I did not hear any additional items, so I had nothing to add on that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Commissioner Scherer?
Is the sidewalk issue covered in the staff?
Sounds like the sidewalk is up to the,
It was the engineering
to the property owner and the
discussion,
engineering
right?
department.
Okay. I don't believe, as
Is that right? Carrie, Chris? Okay.
as Chris mentioned, I don't think it's in our...
Not our thing.
Not our... Correct, yes.
All right. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you for your time. And for the members of the public who came and spoke. Next up is our third public hearing, variance for Schmidt at 4301 Branson Street in Edina. And we'll welcome Commissioner Schroeder to the dais.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission.
Hey, Chris, before you start, I just, Commissioner Platter wants to
I want
make
to
a comment.
recluse myself from this one since this is directly across the street from myself and I got the notification and did some other stuff, so where do I have to go?
Why don't you close it out there? You can stay in the room. You could even make a comment as a member of the public if you want. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Platter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, this is a 0.5-foot side yard setback variance request for a conservatory at the property located at 4301 Branson, which is on the south side of Branson, as highlighted. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property. It has a shared driveway with a detached garage behind the home. It's a 1.5-story home, and you'll notice to the east there's this portion of the house is an existing porch, which they would like to replace with a conservatory. This is a little closer view of that. The front corner of that porch is a little bit over 4 feet from the side lot line. The minimum required side setback is 5.7 feet, so the existing porch is non-conforming. Here's a front view of that house with the existing porch off the east side. This is the house that's directly to the east and the house to the west. This is a survey showing the existing home and the proposed conservatory improvements. They're actually going to be pulling that new structure further away from the side lot line than the existing porch. Now, if they were to leave the porch and add on to the porch, they could actually continue that existing non-conforming setback by an equal amount of encroachment, or 200 square feet, whichever is less. But since they're removing it and rebuilding it, they now have to comply with our current ordinance. Because of the way the house is positioned on the lot, it's so much further east on the lot, which is necessary for the driveway access for the garage in the rear, and how it's angled to that side lot line, rebuilding the porch, and it's not a very large conservatory where the porch used to be, and the porch itself is not very large. But it does require a variance because they've now removed it and rebuilt it. This is showing in the smaller view here the existing porch that's on the east side, and you can see that it's hard to see, but it is much closer to that side lot line than what they're proposing with the new conservatory. And you also have angled walls to that side lot line, so you don't have just a straight wall that's adjacent to it. Here are the various elevations of the new conservatory attached to that side, east side of the home. And this is a rendering of what's existing today and then also what they're proposing. Staff does support the request. They're actually reducing an existing non-conforming situation. As far as trying to conform completely with the ordinance, it's a small lot. The house is built very close to the east lot line, which makes it difficult to try to conform to the ordinance requirement. They're actually going to be improving the existing non-conforming situation. Staff does support the request as submitted. Any approval for the variance should be subject to the plans presented this evening that are dated November 25th, 2014, and the survey showing that new improvement also date stamp November 25th, 2014. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Acker? Thanks. Is the applicant present?
Hello, I'm Brian Schmidt. I'm the owner. We've lived in Edina for 10 years. We intend to live here for the rest of our life. It is a small home. Just the orientation of it, we want to be so we can watch the neighborhood. We could have extended quite a bit further towards the back, but then we'd just be looking at our garage and, a slope downward. So just that's some of the limitations that we've got. Beyond that, we really like the neighborhood. We have no intention of tearing down the home. Probably half of them in our neighborhood have been torn down since we moved in. We think it's a pretty minor change. We found out about the variance of the current screen porch whenever we did the survey for this. Just trying to shift it around. You either off center in the house and things start to look off it makes it not centered correctly, or you start tilting to make it match. That's why we could shift it a little bit farther towards the back of the house. You start running into windows on that side. I think it's pretty minor. I agree with your staff. I hope you all agree with them too. That's all we got.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. All right, this is a public hearing, so at this time we'd open the public hearing to comments from members of the public. If you'd like to comment on this application, please come forward, introduce yourself, and share your thoughts. Not all at once. All right, seeing no rush to the podium, I would take a motion to close the public hearing. So moved. And a second? Second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. We'll bring the deliberation back to the Planning Commission. Comments, thoughts? Motions?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions of staff report.
Is there a second? Second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Should have had you go first. Sorry. All right. That concludes our public hearings. Next on the agenda is reports and recommendations. The first item is the sketch plan for 4500 Valley View Road.
Okay, thank you, Chair Staunton, members of the Commission. Before you is a sketch plan review where you're just asked to provide informal comments. You're not bound to anything that you say, but just to provide some general guidance and thoughts on a proposed sketch plan. So this property is located at the intersection of Valley View and Wooddale. So a look at the site. It's the old Wally's gas station. Difficult to see on this map, but the site is guided in our comprehensive plan for neighborhood commercial. It's that little red area with the NC labeled by it. The site is zoned currently PCD 4, which only allows gas station type uses, car washes. The area surrounding it in red is zoned PCD 1. So that's the existing shopping center. What the request is to rezone the site to be consistent with that solid red area. So the only use that's essentially allowed on this site now is a car wash or gas station. So any type of reuse would require a rezoning. But the uses are consistent with the comprehensive plan. The site is also, the maximum height on this site is 2 stories or 24 feet in our height overlay district. So what the applicant is proposing to do is to remodel and slightly expand the existing space into a restaurant. So this is kind of a layout of how it might lay out on the site to incorporate in with the greater site. So there is a proposed addition, a trash and storage area, kind of a small addition off the back that would be set back 30 feet from the lot line. 35 feet is our code requirement, so that one could require a variance. And there's also a covered patio, and depending on how that's constructed, if it's completely enclosed, like some of the renderings that we see, that would require a 20-foot setback also. So that variance would also be needed there. And looking at the uses, the existing restaurants on the site and the proposed, they're a little bit short parked, so they may need a parking variance as well. Now, as part of any formal application here, they would need to do a parking or a traffic, and we do a parking study along with it to just figure out, assuming maximum capacity of the shopping center and all the restaurants, can the site support the number of parking stalls that are on the site. So as you can see, they're proposing a slight reconfiguration of the parking. It would be kind of a benefit of this is the closing of the existing entrances to the gas station that are quite close to the intersection. It would be a one-way configuration like this, and then utilize the existing drive entrances at the mall itself. I'll let the applicant go through kind of the detail of the restaurant itself. They're showing sidewalks along Wooddale, Valley View. That's consistent with all of our commercial development that we see. We want to get that boulevard-style sidewalk with the green area separating the road. We'd like to see some connections from that sidewalk into the restaurant to get people safely into the restaurant. They're showing a rain garden out front. This is a look at what that patio space might look like. So you can see there may be a retractable type roof. Again, I'll let the applicant go into more detail on that. And then just a rendering of what the site might look like. You can see some landscaping, green space, reutilization of the existing sign. This is that patio space, and the addition would be off the back. So with that, I can stand for questions. Again, this would require a rezoning and from PCD 4 to PCD 1, and then those variances that I mentioned as well. I can stand for any questions, or the applicant is here to present as well.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions from Mr. T, Commissioner Olson, and then Commissioner Platter.
Just about the parking, you said that it's underparked the whole site, and that's by the code. But like in reality, has there been observations? Is it really overparked?
Yeah, the reality, no. In fact, well, the site today is code compliant, but it's adding this 80-some seat restaurant that's going to generate the need for additional parking spaces. Again, we'll see what a parking study would indicate, assuming a full build-out. I wouldn't think, though. The reality is there's a lot of extra parking space out there.
Do we allow or look at shared parking? Shared uses of parking?
Yes. This site is all held in common ownership, the entire site. So it would all essentially be shared parking. So when we're running the parking calculations, we're looking at the site as a whole.
Oh, you're looking at the site as a whole?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, so they're underparked with that whole
Today,
thing?
they're code compliant, but it's.
But if we put a restaurant in there, the entire site doesn't have enough parking
Yes.
under our code?
That's correct.
Wow. All right.
Primarily, it's driven
Glad you
by
asked
the
that
number
question.
of restaurant seating that exist in Snuffy's and the proposed restaurant.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I asked it mostly because I think I've never really seen that parking lot full,
Right.
and I think there would be, it'd be nice to be able to look at the ability to share parking and look at the uses. It looks like there's, you could definitely take advantage and not have to even maybe add as many parking stalls as they're proposing.
Right.
More green space.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Platter?
They just asked and answered all my questions.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Carr?
Just a quick question about the landscaping. You've got a sidewalk there, and would the plan then be is there room to put trees on the boulevard side of that plan?
Potentially, there could be. This is the lot line you see kind of inside that green space. But there may be some opportunity to do some landscaping in that existing green space area. And as was mentioned, potentially you could even, if this parking isn't needed, maybe some additional green space.
Well, yeah, and the Living Streets policies generally depict trees on the boulevard, not on the other side of the sidewalk, for the traffic calming effects, and also it encourages pedestrians to use the sidewalk. So it appears that there is space for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Shearer?
I think I recall that in some of our past discussions over the last 9 years, we've had some environmental cleanup issues, primarily with gas stations, dry cleaners, certain types of businesses. In my reading of this, I didn't see any addressing. Wally's been there a long time. Do we anticipate any cleanup concerns?
Yeah, that is a question that we'll have to have some answers around. It's my understanding they've done some initial phase 1 type work, and they think it's a clean site, but we'll need to have that verified before any restaurant can be put in there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schroeder?
My question is also related to parking, and I think to establish the current parking count, did you just count the number of stalls that exist there?
Yes, yeah,
because
we
the
haven't
parking
done it.
is really poorly configured for the amount of asphalt that's out there, and you can see that there are, even from the aerial photograph you had before, you can see there are lights in the middle of a drive aisle, and I think it's more a matter of trying to orient parking to actually not serve just the parking use, but actually fit into the fabric of the neighborhood. And I would rather see, as we continue to look at this, as Commissioner Olson was suggesting, looking more closely at joint use parking opportunities, so that it actually is true shared parking on this site, and actually eliminating the parking that's on the Wooddale and Valley View side of the proposed development. It seems like we have this opportunity to bring activity out to the corner, and all we've done is separate the patio, and it's a great image that they have, but we've separated that by parking, so this becomes surrounded by parking. And I think as maybe some of our fellow commissioners can enlighten us a little bit on the status of the small area plan, because I'm guessing this probably is not the direction that plan would be moving toward.
So that is one of the things after we have the applicants present. I do want to, obviously we're in the middle of a small area plan, and Commissioners Lee and Forrest have been leading that, and I want to talk about how this fits together with that. But for the moment, any other questions for Carrie? Commissioner Hobbs.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the parking. I guess the other thing, that this is a massive amount of pavement that's out there, and I'm imagining, we're thinking about parking, also imagining ways that we can treat stormwater on site and integrate those things. And that kind of also gets to the potential issue of if there's any contamination, we need to be careful about putting rain gardens in places where if there's any kind of soil contamination issues, we have to address those as well. So, I mean, I think it's a great opportunity, and I'd like to hear more about, what you guys have been talking about, to do some really innovative things on this site. But as part of that, also thinking about the stormwater and the parking and integrating those things.
All right. Very good. Gentlemen, tell us about your idea.
And I'm Peter Fitzgerald. My wife, Megan, and our 3 kids live at 5217 Kellogg Avenue. I'm a lifelong resident of Edina and grew up actually 3 blocks away from this building and still live in the neighborhood today. So I'm speaking tonight as a neighbor and also the commercial real estate consultant for the owner of the building, Fred Alice. I'm really excited about the direction this property is moving. It's been my goal and many others to revitalize this building or buildings in this corner. We've been working very hard to find the right tenant and the right mix of tenants to occupy this building. We have confidence in this restaurant operator and his design team, Shea Design. They both have a history of very strong work. We wanted a restaurant and designer who shared our vision of creating a place where families and a group of friends could go and feel excited about. The designer and operator also share our vision of creating an outdoor patio porch type idea. I think this is a great opportunity for the city, the property owner, and the restaurant operator to work in partnership with each other and rebrand this corner and create something very charming and attractive. Rebranding this corner can serve as a catalyst to help improve the neighboring property and the entire small area. Beyond Paul, we're having very meaningful conversations with fitness groups, a bakery, and others, but everyone always asks, what's going to happen to Wally's? What's going to happen to the gas station? So I guess I would encourage the city to support this project, revitalize the corner, and consider also what the city can do to help rebrand this to make it a charming place for the neighborhood to gather and a place that we can be proud of. And with that, I'd like to introduce Chuck Nolan with Shea Design and the restaurant operator, Paul DeZubner.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I'm Chuck Nolan, architect at Shea Design. We are really excited about this project. What we're looking to do, if you could look at the floor plan, I could walk you through that right away. Give me a second.
Actually, if you
Can
have,
you go up
if
on
you have
the
it there and you want to put it on the table, we
overhead?
can.
Very
you
good.
can just.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll need Jordan to get you mic'd up here. We got a juice on that mic yet?
Okay. Hello?
Oh, good.
Good. All right. What we're intending to do is to keep as much of the existing garage as possible, utilizing these garage doors, repairing them, replacing them as needed, putting a bar area here, dining, and our only area that we really want to add on to is for the back house coolers and a trash enclosure / recycling. The main entrance would stay in the same place, but what this really does, once we open up these garage doors, is create this wonderful seating area outdoor that we could have a retractable awning on, really activate this corner, which I think has been missing for a while. As far as aesthetics, we're looking at corrugated metal to help screen the any rooftop units we may have. And again, this is just a quick representation of the retractable outdoor seating area. And I think the other important thing is definitely if we could utilize their parking and remove more of this parking and create more green and connectivity to the site, I think that would be, I think we're all thinking about the same goals here. I think if you really want to look at a picture, David Shea said, this sums it all up, and it is this one right here. A warm, inviting community restaurant where everybody can come in, bike to, and really connect this forgotten area. That's this one right here.
Hi, I'm Paul DeZubnar. Thanks for having me. I guess I'd just like to add that we have a history as a company creating neighborhood establishments. For example, in the Grand Avenue, Mac Groveland area in St. Paul, we created a neighborhood grill called Twisted Fork Grill, where we have 65 seats. We serve 60 different varietals of wine by the glass, and we have a breakfast, lunch, and dinner menu that would be, if I compared it to something in Edina, be similar to something like the Edina Grill. We've also done that in a different concept that I own, Town Hall, which we went to South Minneapolis, took an existing space for one of our town halls, and created a 90-seat restaurant that capitalized on an old existing building and had a small patio on the sidewalk. And one we've done recently, we refurbished a bowling alley that was by Nakoma Shoes in Minneapolis as well, by Minnehaha Park, and kept the bowling lanes the way it was and put a little neighborhood pub in there. So we understand how to work with neighborhoods. I think we've done it well in the past. And, I'm excited for the opportunity, so I hope you'll consider some of the things we put before you today.
Thank you. So this is a sketch plan review, and this is the idea behind a sketch plan review is a more kind of informal give and take. It's designed to give you a little bit of our feedback before you've really spent a whole bunch of money and time and energy getting set in stone on anything in particular. So I'd like to, have a little bit of back and forth here, and so feel free to have a little more informal conversation. But before we do that, I think it might be helpful, either Commissioner Forrest or Commissioner Lee, if you could maybe give us some sense of kind of where we are on the small area plan, because I think it's going to be, to me, it's important that whatever we do here is fitting into the direction we're headed there.
I will start by saying, and then you can fill them in on the timeline, but basically the people in this area we're finding really have a lot of ownership of their neighborhood. They really are invested in the experience of living there, and most of them have a history of using the businesses that are in that area. So the more you can respect that, and even the to-go thing is kind of a good idea because people want to be able to go somewhere local to get things and do things. So that's my first comment, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. I missed meeting you the other evening, but he was at our latest community engagement workshop, and so that was going to be my first question. Is like, are you guys keeping up with this? So there are documents for anybody who's watching this too. Everything's on the web and the city website, and we are moving forward with things. And Commissioner Lee, I'll let you give the time.
Yeah, so the Wooddale Valley View Small Area Plan is specifically this node, Wooddale Valley View, and that is the heart of the piece. I think that's the hardest part for everyone to get their arms around. There's been ideas proposed. The report is due to come out in draft form, I should say, this month. And it will be tweaked through January and probably come before our commission sometime in January and then on to the Planning Commission. The idea is to have that be approved by the City Council as an amendment to our comp plan. So there may be some, in fact, zoning changes proposed, particularly in that one parcel right there. It came up, the likelihood of having another gas station there is probably slim, or in some cases maybe not even desirable. So I think your scheme actually fits very well with what we are exploring right now. Again, the key area is that corner. You are obviously showing parking on it. I'm not going to take too much into the actual proposal now. So many things have to be ironed out. But that spot was identified as potentially, and many ideas, plaza, gathering space, enough space for an open market, a farmer's market at some point. There was talk about if that, in the big picture, if that whole parcel can be redeveloped. I know you're only talking about the gas station piece, but what would that mean? And we realize too, I think we've been looking at scenarios where, although this is supposed to be a plan that we pitched as what do you want to see in 20 years, we realize it's going to take steps. So there's almost like a short range plan, a mid-level, and then the final. So I think what you've shown here actually is taking that first step. It fits very, very well. But I would say that if you haven't already, definitely get a copy of that report, and we'd love to put you on the list to get the first draft even, if you'd be interested, because I do think for me, it's about what happens at that corner. If indeed you are going to stay with the existing footprint, then that already defines sort of the real estate that will exist at that corner. What can we do with that? There was a great concern about walkability, and that part has to be very pedestrian friendly, so not certain that a rain garden really fits there. It might actually cut off in some sense. So the other thing I was going to, just my personal, is that to really give some good thought about materials, the exterior materials that you want to have in that area. Although we tend to have kind of this 50s look to Edina, I believe that corner is ripe for setting the stage for what it really should and could look like. Because we have, I think the existing retail is kind of nondescript, as well as some of the multifamily buildings in that area. I think everyone expressed, everyone on our planning team, residents who participated in our, I think we've had three engagement workshops now, all expressed to see something there, a character, defining sense of place. And again, if that's the first piece, in some ways it's a nice small piece where you can really set the tone, and I think that is very exciting. So anything else, Arlene, you wanted to add on that?
I have my own comments and I can wait my turn.
I'm going to yield the floor then.
All right, thoughts from others? Commissioner Platter.
Yeah, I would give a big thumbs up for Town Hall Lane, so haven't been there for a while, but need to get back there soon. So I like that concept and kind of what you're thinking there. And I'm sure there's many comments along the lines of what I'm looking at or what I'm going to add, but it's such a huge corner to that neighborhood, and as Commissioner Schroeder kind of alluded to, I was kind of thinking the same thing as, can that all be a plaza in front, or not necessarily a plaza, but something out to the street, not necessarily parking. There may be pieces of it, but could you make that something bigger there? And I know that's probably limited by where that existing building is, but as you're kind of hearing up there, you're hearing up here, you're hearing an atonement that that we're going to look favorably on parking reductions, for example, here, or proof of parking or things like that, and really how you make this a neighborhood piece, much more friendly to pedestrians, to bikers, to everything. And I believe there's a bike lane down Wooddale yet, right? Although the green stripes are gone, but that's still there. Those types of things, and the green lane, yes. And it's such a prominent corner, and not only think of it from your end, but I'm guessing what you guys are thinking, that's really the entrance to your neighborhood there, right? I mean, sounds like that's how they're approaching it, the focal point, and how they're approaching into that neighborhood. So you're really the focal point of that neighborhood at that point, and what does that mean to you and how you integrate into that neighborhood? Obvious things, bike racks, all those things to make any way possible for people to get to that site. And it sounds like a great concept and a great catalyst to start working into that neighborhood. Just a couple comments. Are there garage lifts in there too and everything? Or, with environmental, I'm sure you're getting into that, but there's a lot of stuff going on with that, right? Lifts inside the building, plus the tanks outside, and all those good things.
We've hired a engineer, environmental expert, I should say, John Finley. He's completed his phase 1. His reaction and his report said nothing surprising about the site. It's been used as a gas station for years, but he believes it's clean without investigating further at this point. And that would require a phase 2. and that would be logical when we remove the equipment and remove the tanks. But he wasn't surprised by anything he saw. It was all a good report.
Okay. Those are my comments, and open up.
Commissioner Scheer.
Well, I think it's really exciting. Clearly, a walk, family-friendly venue in that neighborhood will be wonderful. And to echo my fellow commissioner, I'd give you a huge thumbs up for Twisted Fork. My son lives near it, and I go there a lot. I love it. So I'd love to have a restaurant like that, or something even, at all analogous in Edina. That would be wonderful. I also wanted to echo fellow commissioners' thoughts about the parking. I drive by that area a lot. It's never full. I mean, unless there's a huge change, which is possible, I suppose, and desirable to some degree in the mall businesses. I really think that there are great opportunities for shared parking to minimize the cars facing the street on that corner. Do something more exciting, either with sidewalks, either with vegetation, whatever, but making it just visually more appealing and from a walk-friendly standpoint more appealing. But I think it's a very exciting sketch plan concept. I think it would be wonderful in the neighborhood.
Commissioner Forrest.
Some of my early thoughts. Anyway, one of the first things that people said at our very first June pre-workshops meeting, we were kicking off this whole small area plan idea, was there. I was surprised at the number of people who were asking for outdoor dining and outdoor gathering and dining spaces and things like that, some new options. So that was very clear. I will reiterate about the importance of that corner and of clear, safe access from the street through the parking lot. Perhaps make it some kind of welcoming entrance by either dividing it, and on that corner even instead of there's a steep slope there. It's kind of formidable, but maybe even consider contributing something like a bench seating area or something on where people can come and hang out. Maybe they pick up their takeout food, sit not at your tables and take up space, but can hang out there, wait for the bus and eat, whatever. The bus stop's kind of across the street, I think now. I'm not sure. There's some confusion, but yeah, there are bus stops right near there, and but we're seeking complementary, compatible uses, and this really seems to be a thing. I'm a little concerned about. I think, as was said earlier, materials are important as to what you choose, and personally, now this is the feedback thing. This isn't anything. This is my personal gut. I would like to see it retains a lot of that gas station character and look, as you talked about, keeping the doors. And I like the idea of the retractable roof dining area, outdoor area, but I kind of don't like it because of the appearance and the way it detracts from the garage doors. So anything you could do to open up that versus the solid lower walls that were shown that look kind of very barrier-like, but anything to increase transparency to that, or at least visual sight of those garage doors. It would also be a nod to the history of the area, of that property. That area has gone through a lot of historic transformations and that's something that people are so aware of there. It's like, well, this is where this gas station was, this is where that one was, and this used to be this. And they're very, very aware, and I think it's a nice nod to that that history. So, the retractable roof thing kind of reminds me of the Wendy's in Rochester in the 1980s because they did this glass thing that came out. So it just is awfully modern looking to me for that, but I'm kind of retro that way. So that's my gut feedback.
Commissioner Carr.
Well, I don't know. I doubt this gas station has much historical value from a heritage preservation standpoint. So I'm not concerned about preserving the exterior of that building at all. And I will say one thing about the retractable concept. I think that's a good idea in that, well, first of all, in Minnesota, our weather's not all that great. So that gives you that option. Also, I don't know how close neighbors are to this location, but sometimes with outdoor patios, you get neighbors objecting to the noise level. At least you have the option after a certain point in time at night to retract those doors if it gets noisy. So, I mean, I think that's a nice option. The materials, it's hard for me to tell whether those will look attractive or not. They look a little industrial and contemporary, which may be fine for the site, depending on how it's done. And again, it's difficult to tell because you're the first one doing anything creative in that location. So I think with the landscaping, you can soften it, make it funky and a fun place to go to.
Commissioner Hobbs.
Yeah, I was curious. I mean, I certainly commend you on trying to repurpose this gas station. Have you done a gas station before?
We're doing a gas station now at 40th and Lindale.
Okay. Is it possible that you kind of get into this that you may realize that, you know what, we just really can't use the existing building and that you'd be looking to tear it down and start over?
No.
Thanks. No, I think it's a great idea.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I don't think the question about reusing the building is one of historic integrity. I think it's a question of landmarking. And I think that if you look at this particular building in this district, and I haven't been involved in the small area plan, I have a particular problem with trying to reinvent character where there might already be a strong local character from the building. And I think as Commissioner Forrest is pointing out, it really becomes in a gas station, the front facade of the building as the character defining feature of the building. And when we put things in front of it, we start to lose that character. So I'd actually like the proponent, I don't mind the idea of kind of this convertible seating area. I kind of mind it intruding upon the intrinsic character of a building, even though it used to be a gas station. I think the other thing actually falls back to us. And as we look at how we deal with parking, particularly in a district like this, we rely so heavily on an assessment of parking need based on the square footage of buildings rather than in particular what's inside of those buildings, and knowing that things can change with the uses inside those buildings. I know that some communities work with a different process where parking quantities are reinforced with the registration of land use that actually is a better tool for managing parking to the capacity of a site. And it becomes particularly important when you have a small shopping center like this where you have some uses, like EJ's Sunglasses, which has a sales floor that's probably a tenth the size of our dais up here, and they do most of their business, I think, online. So I think we have to reimagine how we would calculate parking requirements here and tie it more directly to the uses in the building so that we're not overbuilding parking or shoving parking off into a neighborhood because we undersize things. And there are better ways of controlling those things. We just don't have it here yet.
Commissioner Carr.
One other comment about the rain garden. I know one of the other commissioners made a comment about the rain garden, whether that's appropriate for that corner. I don't know if that's a safety issue or not. I mean, it shows a lot of water there. You have a sidewalk there. And, swimming pools have to be enclosed because they're dangerous for toddlers. I don't know if a toddler could drown in that water, how deep that's going to get. But I just raise it as a safety issue, having drainage right on a corner of supposedly a busy pedestrian area. So I would ask you to take that into account as to, does that really drain, or are you going to have water there that a young child could drown in?
Yeah, we're not tied to it, but things are very powerful.
So I want to pick up on a couple of comments from Commissioner Schroeder and Commissioner Forrest on this kind of identity. And maybe just to be a little bit glib, I found myself wondering, why not Wally's instead of Willard's? Is it...
Willard's isn't necessarily the name of it either, but we wanted to tie it...
Why don't you come on up, because if anybody's watching, I want them to be able to hear.
We wanted to tie it to the neighborhood, or at least I did, and so it's one of many ideas, the name Willard. So Willard Eichela was an icon in the, in the city of Edina, and he spent a lot of time here, and so I played hockey all the way through college, so I put it on there. But it's not necessarily the name of the restaurant. But it illustrates that we're cognizant of the fact that it needs to be an independent community restaurant that has a really neighborhood feel, that somebody with their buddies could go watch a sports game, and I'd feel comfortable bringing my 3 children and my wife to it as well. So it's not the official name, it's just something we put in as this is a sketch for this plan,
Sure.
but I think it illustrates what we're trying to do.
And I just think, I like the word Commissioner Schroeder used of landmark, that's a, you know, the kind of appearance of that building, such as it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a really cool idea to converting that, but still having enough remnants that are visible that people say, yeah, that's, you know, it's not just the site of the gas station, that is the gas station that,
sure.
you know, we're in, and kind of trying to bring that same feel out, I think that would really resonate with the area. On the parking, I'm a big fan of not over parking, but I think we also need to realize that to be successful, you need to not only draw from the neighborhood, but it's going to have to be a destination from outside the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. So you're going to need parking that's not just going to be people walking, not just people within walking distance. You're going to need people from further than that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to Commissioner Schroeder's standpoint earlier, I think if it's okay with the landlord, the current owner, if we can lay out the parking outside of that corner. Right. To facilitate enough slots, I'm fine with looking at that.
Yeah, it is a really interesting anchor. Has there been, in the small area planning process, has there been any kind of site plan discussion about how in the future things might move around on that site?
We are just getting to that part. So yeah, there will be scenarios looking at that traffic and circulation and yeah.
And then just how the parking works would be dependent on figuring out how to fit within that. Commissioner Olson?
I think as Commissioner Lee said earlier, that some of the things that we're looking at are more, what if there was a dramatic change there, and what types of uses and heights and density and stuff do we want on that corner. So, of course, because we don't have control of the property, it's a private landowner, we can't dictate anything like that, but we can certainly guide the future development based on those findings. And I think this use fits very well with what we've been hearing.
Commissioner Olson.
So just to follow up on Commissioner Schroeder's comments, and just so you get clear direction, and so are we suggesting, or were you suggesting, because I like the idea that you have the garage doors and you're maintaining those, and you can open that up into and open up the restaurant when it's nice, but so are we suggesting that you do the patio and the retractable roof on like the other side, so you can still have those doors that could just open up to like an outdoor patio? I mean, I just want, so they know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to dictate where they place it, because I understand there's some critical functional relationships inside of the building. But I think for me, it becomes balancing how you maintain the identity of the building as you bring in a new use and add in other elements that support some of the programmatic needs they have as a restaurant. And I really like the idea of convertible seating somewhere.
Okay.
Just probably not right there.
Right, so not necessarily, if you could maybe maintain those doors to keep that image too. And then is the restaurant mostly like an evening restaurant? Do you know?
It'd be lunch and dinner.
Okay.
So we'd open at 11 and close at 12 or 1.
Okay. Because that's where there's potential to look at there's calculations you can do to determine some shared uses if there's daytime versus nighttime.
Yeah, there'd definitely be daytime.
Okay.
Well, I was just kind of, and I don't know if you had any comments on the small area plan with people, what people thought of parking transfer into the neighborhood. I don't know if it's a huge no-no or if people were, what they're thinking on it, but even just looking on that block, across the street, I think a lot of it's office function. I mean, what I'm saying is hopefully, not just sharing on this site, but sharing in the neighborhood too, and how we address that, because if a lot of it's office, that's going to be not used on evenings and weekends and things. If there's any way to maximize that versus, and we've talked about this before, just building what all these are is just lots for that purpose, with notwithstanding the timing, the uses, anything. I mean, how do they all go together too, or how can they potentially go together and not just build more parking because of that? Just a thought as you look into this whole area.
Commissioner Forrest.
One thing that we've discussed probably more on the team than at the workshops as far as putting anything formal out is to encourage the development of a business owners association around there, so that again you're working together to get complementary uses, and you can discuss things like parking and hours open and all of those things, so that it can draw people in and then augment all the other businesses as well.
Other thoughts? Commissioner Lee.
What's the expected peak occupancy, or how many people? Any ideas or hopes?
Yeah, there's 86 seats inside the restaurant, and then there's 32 that would be on that patio. And if the patio is seasonal and we weren't to have a retractable roof, then you're around 86 seats. I don't know what the city's occupancy code is, but we're hoping for 86 people.
And then, so you see the market as, you're targeting the market as really all of Edina, maybe even some outside of Edina, depending on its reputation, right? But primarily Edina.
Yeah, my target area is the Edina proper, especially the neighborhood. I mean, I'm not counting on people outside of Edina. If people come, great, but
yeah,
it's Edina proper, city. People come there. That's why I know I need some parking. It's so people that come from Edina that can't walk there. But then, it's really focused on the neighborhood.
What's your thoughts on circulation and getting into that area? Primarily, what are going to be some of the main routes?
Yeah, I mean, I think coming down Wooddale is really good. Valley View, I think at times has some challenges. I guess it depends on what happens with the traffic going forward. Right now, from the standpoint of getting there, I think it's accessible by a lot, both directions on Valley View and Wooddale, so I'm not worried about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just based on my experience I've had in the past in urban neighborhoods.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other comments? Well, I think it's really exciting, and I know, Mr. Fitzgerald, you've been working away at this for a long time. I saw him over at the September morning one, so he's been participating in the small area planning, and I commend your persistence, and it's your neighborhood too. So I hope that gives you some guidance. I assume you're going to move on and talk with the City Council as well. I think that's advisable, and wish you well and look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. All right, the final item on reports and recommendations is a tree preservation ordinance.
Mr. Stone, I should probably leave. Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice night.
Carrie, are you going to introduce this?
I am. Thank you, Chair Staunton. I just noticed this now, but this was actually scheduled as a public hearing, so if you could hold a public hearing, even though we've got it listed, it was advertised as a public hearing.
All right, so this is a public hearing.
I believe we have maybe some here.
All right, good.
To speak.
So why don't you introduce it, and then we can have some questions.
Sorry, my bad.
And then open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. This is the ordinance that we've been working on over the past 6-9 months or so. We had the work session with the City Council a few months back. So the ordinance in front of you is more or less the result of that discussion with the City Council. So what I thought I'd do is just summarize what the ordinance says and then open it up for questions and the public hearing. So the ordinance before you, this applies to all demolition permits, building permit applications for new homes or additions, building permits for accessory structures, including a garage, deck, or pool. It also does apply to subdivisions. That's been an addition from the first time that we looked through this. The ordinance also rearranges some of the subdivision ordinance, as we've talked about, and does provide a reference to this section in regard to subdivisions. What it does not speak to is a subdivision where we have a road constructed. We don't get too many of those in town, but it is possible. So that's something that we might want to consider. Do we also, in addition to the building pads and a driveway, exempt public streets, public utilities to serve those homes? So I throw that out there for consideration. The plan does require a tree inventory. It's a slight change from the original proposal where we are requiring the certified tree inventory, kind of borrowing from Minnetonka where a surveyor can do that tree inventory, but we're still getting a list of what is on the site done by a surveyor. So trees to be protected under the ordinance include deciduous trees, at least 8 inches in diameter, except box elder, elm, poplar, willow, silver maple, black locust, fruit trees, and mulberry. I've had some discussion with the city forester, and I believe Commissioner Hobbs has as well, about maybe we want to remove elm from that list. So that's another one that we can discuss. It also includes coniferous trees at least 20 feet in height. So any healthy protected tree that's removed within a 10-foot radius of a building pad, deck, or patio, or within 5 feet of a driveway and parking area would not have to be replaced. So any healthy tree that's outside of that area would need to be replaced on a 1-to-1 basis. Protected trees to remain would need to be protected during construction. Replacement trees that die within 3 years of planting would need to be replaced. We've left that provision in. If you recall the last ordinance, we had some requirements of staff monitoring. So there's still some concerns in regard to how that gets enforced. I guess what we're seeing it as would be on a complaint basis. We don't have the staff to go out and monitor the amount of permits that we'd be seeing. But there would have to be staff dedicated to responding to that on a complaint basis. Let's see, I mentioned the subdivision ordinance. So in regard to the staffing issue, the city forester reviewed this, and as we've talked about before, his is a part-time position, and he felt that the position probably should go to full-time. What this is going to entail is their review of all the building permits that we receive, and if the last few years are any indication, we're probably going to see 150 to 250 building permits that they would need to review. So that would be on top of his additional duties. He felt it could be managed if he would become full-time or maybe potentially a part-time person. Again, that's an issue for the city council to deal with in regard to the staffing issue. Another comment that he mentioned was on page 4 of the ordinance, number 8, in regard to the aeration. He felt that the regulation that talks about the holes need to be 18 inches deep, that was a little excessive. He felt that 2 inches deep would probably work as well, and maybe we consider not having a requirement just as long as there is the aeration. So he threw that out there for consideration as well. So with that, I can answer any questions you might have, or we could open the public hearing. Or if Commissioner Platter or Carr, who have been working on this as well all along, have anything to add?
Well, I just wanted to say that I'm happy that the city forester has taken a look at this, and I was trying to keep track of all his comments. One was on the elm tree, possibly removing that from the list of exempted trees. The other one had to do with the depth of the aeration holes. And were there other ones that I missed where the city forester specifically said that we should make some changes to the proposed ordinance?
That was it in regard to the ordinance itself.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Platter.
What does this say, Carrie? We got I think everyone got a copy of it. We got a letter from Land Forum today. And I thought they had a few good comments in there, so I don't, just from my going through it, I thought items, I don't know if we need to, how much in this, but items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 probably had merit as far as, what they mentioned to incorporate in there, Carrie. And I think for the most part it was clarifications. I don't believe there's any huge differences. It was some things like clarifying what is the same types of trees or something. What exactly does that mean? I think they had some good comments, and one of the comments you talked about earlier, Carrie, was just exempting public infrastructure from this, which would make sense. If there's a subdivision and there's a road, or probably doesn't happen a lot, but just in case, so we wouldn't run into something like that too. So that would be my comments on their letter. And for the most part, I think you covered everything else in here. As you mentioned, we had a work session with council and towards the end of October, try to get a lot of their comments within this. So hopefully we succeeded in that, and a few staff comments. But I think for the most part, it's in pretty good shape now.
And thank you for mentioning the letter. I had intended to do that, and in fact, the author of the letter is here as well. So if we have any other additional questions, I would agree with Commissioner Platter in that there are some good points, and maybe we can make some tweaks based on what she's suggesting here.
All right. Any further questions for Carrie? Commissioner Scheer.
I think this was mentioned in the land farm letter as well. I was interested as we looked at the exempted species that I had the question about the element. Looks like we've addressed that, because I think there are some disease-resistant varieties of some of these trees that have been created. And then in like mode, I wondered about ash trees, where they should be given their current status. Do we care? Do we want them removed? We have lots of them in the city.
I mean, what does the city have a position? I know, like the city of Minneapolis has a position, and what they're doing with that. I don't know if we've had a point of view within the city. I mean, I'd almost defer to that as to what their thought is there.
Yeah, I'm not aware if we have an official, any kind of a position on it. He didn't mention it.
I mean, as written, they would be protected. And we have a lot of them. And I don't know that we'd want to be protecting them.
I don't think we should either. I mean, they predict that all the ash trees in Minnesota are going to die, and there's millions of them throughout the state. So I guess, and I don't think they have a disease-resistant species at this point in time.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of...
It's not disease, insect resistant.
Yeah. It just seems funny that one that we're so aware of and is in the news.
I don't disagree at all. I just think, just kind of putting it back to the city and their point of view and how they're treating that citywide.
Well, perhaps we could ask the arborist for some feedback. Yeah, that would be a good thing.
I believe the city of Minneapolis is cutting everything, right? I think.
The boulevard.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions before we open the public hearing? All right. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public who would like to comment on the proposed ordinance? Welcome.
Ross Plutzer, 4058 Sunnyside Road. I just had two comments, and Mr. Chair, I have a handout, just a one page. If I can
Terrific. Yeah.
Pass it out here. I think the ordinance is a big step forward, especially in the knockdown area. We're living with one at 4419 Grimes that 300 feet back is our yard. And, I mean, there's got to be a plan. This is mostly, I think, impacts Morningside and Country Club. where the tree stock is, the mature tree stock is 100 years old now. We had to take down a 100-year-old cottonwood, not because there's anything wrong with it, but we were told it was ready to start dropping its branches. So that whole area is at that point now, and we've got to replace that stock. I think the two things that are missing, first of all, is letting the tree inventory process also interface with the zoning process, so that if you have to get a variance on the setback from the front and back, you don't have to go through a separate zoning procedure. But and I would suggest a tree with a 20-inch diameter, it's a fairly mature tree, you don't have that many in Edina, would be allowed to have a maximum 10-foot variance. You probably wouldn't need that much, but you sometimes are going to have to take a house and make an L out of it just to save the tree, but to get the space in the house, you're going to have to go closer to the front or the back. So if you could put that in here, I think it saves a lot of time and process and eases it. The zoning people can work with the city forester, but why not make it one seamless process? Otherwise, we're going to increase the cost and the complexity. And the last thing that the builders want is complexity, and also the future tenants. The other thing is...
So if I could just stop you on that
sorry.
for a second. Are you suggesting that there be a specific mention of what the availability of setback variances to avoid the loss of a tree?
Yes, my first part there says that you could get a 10-foot reduction in the front or rear of the lot if you have a 20-foot-inch tree. That's 20 feet, about this tall, 20 inches diameter, sorry. If you meet 3 criteria, which I think would be in line with the state statute as it's been modified.
Okay.
I throw that out for consideration. I think it's something that, if the process can be one process, it should be taken into account, rather than having to come back again. And the second thing is, and Mr. Teague talked about this, if you don't tie a ribbon on this process, it's not going to get done. So if we don't, when the zoning guy comes out to give certificate of occupancy, he doesn't need to be forced, or he can look at the tree plan and see if the trees are there. If they're not there, he doesn't get a certificate of occupancy. If we don't do that, we don't know what's going to happen. And no one's going to call up 3 years later and say a tree died. They're not going to know where the tree belongs. Someone's going to have to go out there, whether it's the tree, the city, Tom Horvath, or whether it's somebody else, and look around at 36 months and see if they're there. The other flaw in the existing thing, it says if a tree dies, but it doesn't say if a tree is taken out. And some people are going to dig out trees for various reasons because they want to put something else in. So I think you got to fix that. But I think there's got to be an end game here, that you ensure that the tree inventory plan is carried out and the trees are actually alive 3 years later. Otherwise, we're not going to get a canopy back. We're going to keep losing 100 and 120-year-old trees, and we're not going to replace them. And that's one of the essentials of Edina, is it's a mature tree suburb. And we've got to restock that as we're restocking the housing inventory in Morningside and Country Club, which needs restocking, either through remodeling or controlled demolition. So those are the two suggestions I have. I think that there's a lot of value in the ordinance. I think it's a big step forward, much less complicated than Minnetonka's, but I think it still hits the important parts that we need to do. And so I just appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Mr.
Thank you.
Pletzer. And thanks for hanging around all night to make them.
It's like waterboarding.
We've often said the same thing.
Mr. Chair, my name is Kendra Lindahl. I office out of 105 South 5th Avenue, Suite 513 in Minneapolis, and I'm here tonight representing the Bermans who reside at 5331 Evanswood Lane. And you do have a copy of my letter, and I do want to say that we support the tree preservation ordinance and really just had some questions that we think would be best addressed now before adoption, so that when the first application comes in, it's very clear to both the applicant, and we hope to be one, and the city about what the ordinance intent is and how it's actually implemented. So to make it usable and easy to implement, and you've already talked about that, we had some questions and suggestions. And I think one of the big ones is to address this issue of the public infrastructure. A lot of ordinances exempt public infrastructure. I was at the Sensible Land Use Great Places event tonight before coming here. Happy to report that one of Edina's projects, Centennial Lakes, was a finalist. Unhappy to report that they were not one of our 5 winners, but happy and proud that they were a finalist. And one of the things that makes Great Places is these types of actions. So we do appreciate it. But one of the folks there was Plymouth. Plymouth's ordinance you've probably looked at does exempt stormwater management ponds. A lot of ordinances exempt public streets, and we'd ask you to consider that same kind of exemption in your ordinance. And there's some clarifications to simplify that we think could simplify the ordinance and make it more streamlined. So without repeating those items, you have those, and I just ask you to consider those as you move forward in adopting the tree preservation ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindahl. Appreciate you being here tonight. Ms. Groats, you're bookending our evening. Started and then near the end.
Yeah, Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. And I just really want to thank Commissioners Platter and Carr for all the work that you've done. This is so important to me. I think it's a little bit long in coming, but then things like that sometimes happen. But we have lost such a large percentage of our tree canopy. And we have to try to preserve what we've got left and replace it. I've got a 65-year-old American elm in the front yard that I'm treating, and some of my neighbors think I'm crazy, but I think it's a beautiful tree. And in the backyard, I've got 2 big long rows of arborvitae that must be 50 feet tall that are 50-some years old. And the trees are so important, you know, they calm your soul. It's so much more beautiful than looking at a wooden fence. In the wintertime, there's nothing more beautiful than evergreens with snow sitting on them. And then you've got the red cardinals that are sitting out there. And they're going from tree to tree, and they're going for the food. And it's just so important. Thank you again. And it's a start. Maybe we can tighten it up a little bit more as it goes on, but we have to start someplace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wirtz. So unless we're going to do a second time around, I think that concludes the public comments and the public hearing. Carrie, thanks for catching that. So I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Public hearing is closed. Discussion. So we've got these suggestions between Ms. Lindahl and Mr. Pletzer. Commissioner Carr, Commissioner Platter, thoughts on Mr. Pletzer's suggestions?
Well, as far as these 2 proposals, one is a building setback reduction to protect existing trees. I'm concerned about that. I think those setbacks are in place for a reason, and this proposal would allow a 10-foot reduction in front or rear setback requirements in order to protect a tree. And while I think the protection of trees is important, I'd be very concerned about automatically granting a setback. I'd rather have someone come to the Planning Commission for a variance than automatically granting that setback in an ordinance. So I would not vote in favor of adding that to the current ordinance. The final inspection concept, I think, is a good one because, again, it puts a little bit more meat into enforcement of it. So in my mind, again, this was prior to issuances of a certificate of occupancy. There has to be a final inspection to verify that there's been compliance, which I think makes sense. It may already be implied, and I think Kerry is nodding his head yes. I think it is already implied. The question is whether we add it to make it clear to people who are reading the ordinance that we take it seriously. even though it may be found in other sections of the ordinance. And then there's the last concept, which is a compliance check conducted 36 months after the certificate of occupancy is granted to verify the condition of the trees. My only question on that relates to who would be responsible for doing that compliance check. So if that's the arborist, again, the city forester, that would be something we would have to check to see if we have the resources for that. Would you like me to talk about the land forum comments as well?
Yeah, I just have one comment.
Okay.
I just have one comment on, actually, the second point there in the 3 months, or excuse me, the 3-year, 36 months item was kind of in the original one. I think that it had gone out per council direction, is what I recall. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's what they had coming out of our work session for that piece.
Resource issue.
The resource issue, again, back to that.
Did you, on that point, or you?
Yes, related.
Okay.
I guess I think it's possible to split Mr. Pletzer's recommendations on that final inspection piece. I recall the 36-month being unfavorably looked upon by the council as being difficult with staff. But the first part, specifically tied to the certificate of occupancy, spelling it out so that it's clear within the regulation, especially if it's assumed that we would be doing it anyway, I think adds a lot of clarity. I like Commissioner Carr's comment about that. I think we could split that apart.
Just staying on Mr. Pletzer's comments for a minute, I understand the notion of a kind of automatic extra setback, but is there some, I kind of like the idea of articulating that could be something we take into account in a variance request. You know, that when we get a variance request, that this could be something that's, you know, if it meets these factors, that could be something that could justify a variance, as opposed to staff kind of automatically giving one.
What you're saying that is, if there is a tree of, what was it, 20 inches or greater width, that the removal of that tree could be considered as a potential hardship in connection with a variance application?
Right. So
something along that line. It's
right.
Not necessarily granting a variance or automatically granting the
so
setback.
Maybe it would be, instead of the zoning administrator may permit the land, or maybe it's the planning commission may permit. I mean, it
may take into consideration.
It basically gives you, it's kind of a
take into consideration,
a nod, and I like this notion of kind of tying it with what we're doing, so that at least it's kind of called out as an option. Commissioner Schroeder and then Commissioner House.
I guess maybe I'll look at trees differently, but I see them as unique features of a site. And if we look at shape of the lot or the configuration of the terrain or water features, which we can't see, trees are very evident and obvious on a site. And I would think we would be considering preservation of trees as we look at variances from the beginning, because they're unique features that might dictate a reconfiguration of a building that might suggest the need for a variance.
And we do that. I mean, we have done that.
Yes.
So are you suggesting we don't need the language, or?
I don't want to overcomplicate it.
Right.
I think we're already doing that.
Okay. Commissioner Hobbs?
And I agree with that statement, but I'm just wondering, and I wasn't here for the original discussion about this, what protection with this proposed ordinance is there for extraordinary trees, for, kind of champion oak trees or anything like that? Was there any discussion about having something special designation for some of those trees?
I don't think we have had that.
Are you thinking like a historical tree or something? Something gets Heritage Preservation Board says this oak tree. I don't know. I'm just
something that just happened under the oak tree. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but is that kind of?
Well,
no is your answer. I'm not.
There are some extraordinary large trees, like on the southern end of France. I know that I drive down all the time. There's these giant trees that are just sitting there, And obviously, I mean, at some point they're going to senesce, and that's the end of the line for those trees. But in the meantime, having some mechanism for preserving, I mean, and we can pick whatever size we want to think is extraordinary. It seems like not a bad idea.
Well, and one of the decisions we made on this was just to focus on lots that are changing, you know, something's going on and not all lots. And I think that was a pretty deliberate decision on our part to try to take it one step at a time anyway.
Yeah.
Commissioner Forrest?
There are some, I was looking at some ordinances today too from around the country, and there are some that just by definition, based on size and or species, they're determined to be landmark trees, and then they deserve special consideration for whatever it is, whether it's not removal or, but a lot of times it's also tied in to communities that have a tree commission, and they're also protecting the health of trees in the community as well. So, but I think something like that could be done by definition if in the future we decide that that's something that's worthwhile.
Yeah, I was to say, I think it may be a future thing, because when we were originally going through this, it was really focused on changes to lots, you know, rebuilds on lots, and that was the piece of that. So I definitely get your point. Maybe there's a part B as we see how this goes and whatever we need to tweak on it.
Yeah, and in our review, we did look at different cities' preservation ordinances, and some are much more restrictive than this proposed ordinance. But we thought it was wise to start here, because this is where the most significant tree loss is occurring, is with the redevelopment. I think, but I agree, I think your idea is a good one, and we wanted to keep this one simple, straightforward, and get going on this one first.
Commissioner Scheer.
For those watching, we should probably be clear that what we're talking about is that this would not apply to me if I'm not adding on to my home or doing anything unusual, but I choose to take a tree down. That's my choice.
Right.
It would apply if I were putting a major addition on my home.
Right.
Absolutely correct.
So we had a public hearing. I guess the question is whether we're ready to move it forward. There are a number of suggestions here. I think I heard, or are there more? Well, I think I heard Commissioner Platter say, with respect to Ms. Lindahl's letter, that he was supportive of items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. And it sounds like people are...
What numbers were they?
2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. Is that... Am I right about that, Mike?
Yes.
And then it sounded like people were supportive of the first part of the final inspection language that Mr. Pletzer proposed, and were supportive of the compliance check, but felt like that was a council decision that they had made once already. Where are we on the on the notion? We talked a little bit about whether we ought to put any language in that expressly recognizes that trees can be a kind of a justification for a setback variance. Commissioner Lee?
Well, could you clarify for me, are we actually trying to tonight revise the language? Is there a process that we can take these, actually there's another document, the final page of Carrie's report that had, I'm not sure who's that from, but 5 questions similar to what some issues that Ms. Lindahl brought up. Some of them are questions, and they need to be clarified. I think that they're very legitimate. Is the goal tonight to
Well, I guess that's the question, is whether people want... I mean, those are a lot of changes without us seeing the language.
Right.
It may be too many to make without us bringing it back again.
Yes. I would like to see a recommendation, or the response. No, not necessary, or we feel that's been
All right,
covered.
so then in the spirit of giving guidance to Kerry as he does that work, are there I mean, are people comfortable with him trying to work the suggestions, items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8, and Ms. Lindahl's letter in? Commissioner Scheer.
8 has been a question as we've gone through this various versions of the proposed ordinance for me, and 8 raises it again. I don't really know how we're going to do that. I don't know how we're, we had a builder tonight who's already removed a lot of trees from a lot. If someone has not maintained adequate documents of the history of the lot prior to their purchase of the lot, how are they going to know if something's been removed? It just seems difficult to police to me. It's unfortunate because I think games can be played, but the practical policing of it is difficult, I think.
That will be extremely difficult. I think the part we'd like to add to the code was that the very last sentence, where we're exempting public infrastructure as part of a subdivision.
Right. So you get a street project that comes through and it has a tree taken down. They shouldn't be. Yeah.
I still think we can state the expectation that when that we don't have someone acquiring a lot and clearing it for later development, but I don't know how we would monitor that very thoroughly.
I would suggest that the way this gets monitored is if someone comes to the Planning Commission, well, you're right, how are we going to actually monitor it and know whether these trees have been removed? But they might be obvious. We might get complaints from neighbors. So if somebody comes to us with a variance application, we have neighbors that say, hey, tons of trees were removed within the last year so that they could make room for this site. That would raise the application of this particular provision you're referring to, and it might sway us one way or the other as to granting the variance or the requirement for replacement trees.
So where are we at on that one? So we okay with 8?
I would say leave the existing language in the proposal that states the expectation that they won't be removed during that 1-year time frame, and then add the subdivision provision in the last sentence. Public infrastructure improvements.
I just wanted to comment on some of the landform proposals. Paragraph number 4, the ordinance states protected trees must be replaced with species of a similar type that are normally found growing in similar conditions, etc. And their question was, what is similar type? Does it refer to tree species or tree scale? And I would suggest it refers to similar species rather than similar size. Is that just for Carrie's drafting purposes? And then in paragraph 5, again, which states replacement trees must be varied by species. Again, how is that going to be measured is the question. And the recommended clarification was to use language that says not more than 30% of the replacement trees shall be of any one species. And personally, I like that language better.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Well, I'll deal with that one first because it's a math issue. If you have 2 replacement trees, what would they be? So I'd rather just leave that to staff. And if we look at the issue of similar type, I think similar type is actually what we're trying to get to, because if we have an ash, we're not going to replace it with another ash. We don't allow that, or we may not allow that. So I think by type, what we're talking about is an overstory canopy tree, an evergreen tree, an ornamental tree. And I think it's one of those, we don't allow something. So if you say you have to replace with the same species, we have some species we just don't allow. We actually have a lot of silver maple, we have cottonwood, we have things that we would not want to have replaced by the other parts of the ordinance.
But to the question, should we then define type as those categories?
We could ask staff to better define the type of the tree.
So that they know what we're talking about.
Yes.
So, yeah, I agree with that concept. You're right, you wouldn't want to replace an ash with an ash. And your 30% catch is good, too. Only have 1 or 2 trees, we've got a problem.
Commissioner Forrest.
Well, those ones we don't allow are ones that aren't protected anyway, so they wouldn't have to replace them at all, the way this is written now, so. But I agree with you on the other principles of it, too.
I think what we're trying to do, and it goes back to one of the other questions that was raised in this letter about measuring canopy width. We are interested in, when we started this, and actually, and even before Commissioners Platter and Carr were talking about this, there were others, and there was a big effort on understanding Edina's urban forest, not specifically a tree, but the canopy cover, and we've talked about that as a neighborhood aesthetic issue. And when I looked at a map or a survey, and it could tell me the canopy of a tree, it helps me understand what's actually out there today and how the aesthetic works. When you look at how surveyors show trees on a survey, they will take a 30-foot diameter tree and they'll show it at scale tiny. It's completely unrepresentative of what's out there. So I think our intent here was to have a better demonstration of what actually exists for canopy on a site, because it related to one of the core elements of our proposed ordinance, which was the neighborhood aesthetics.
So what you're saying is, I agree with you. I think that we leave the ordinance language the way it is and not adopt two. I don't know. Commissioner Platter, what would your position be? We're on number 2.
I guess I would just say that I think we just do a better job of defining type and defining what it is that we're talking about, just the way you just explained it, because really that is what's important, and especially going forward with whatever the climate's going to do, we may not want to keep replacing species that aren't as successful and keep doing that over and over again. So it really is more about type and what we want the canopy to look like.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, if we need to clarify that in here, it sounds like it maybe needs a little clarification, but I agree with Commissioner Schroeder in particular. That's how we kind of got to that point, was trying to understand if we're, a completely canopied site to nothing and what that meant.
Right.
Yeah. Planner Teague, when did we get this letter?
This afternoon.
This afternoon. So what I would recommend is that we have the city forester take a look at these suggestions as well, just to see if he has any recommendations one way or the other.
Carrie, do you have a sense of direction on on the landform letter?
I think I do. I'll consult with the forester and get some assistance there.
And then on Mr. Pletzer's suggestions, am I hearing folks say we ought not to have any mention of trees as a justification for variances and just do it as we've been doing it? Or do we have some mention, some specific mention?
I personally don't think we should mention it. It gets too complicated.
It
And
does raise the
it's
question
always
of what
a-
else gets mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay. But the final inspection, it sounds like people are supportive of that and would have been supportive of the 36 months. So who knows, maybe the next council will be supportive of that.
Well, it's actually going to the next council now, it sounds like.
You never know.
I'm not kidding.
I guess I was a little optimistic about getting into council next week, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen.
No.
So.
And then the questions in the letter from Mr. Busen.
Okay, do I have that letter?
That's on the back page of the packet.
The back page of the packet. Okay.
And, right, and there's a,
Yes.
so the last 2 pages of the pack have comments, suggestions, questions.
I just have a comment, and maybe it doesn't apply, but they've written in when we first brought this through. So I mean, I guess everyone gets multiple bites at the apple here, but they had comments.
Well, I guess the question is whether there's, substantively, are there any of these that you want to pick up on, or are you feeling like you've heard these before? And
a lot I've heard before.
Okay.
I guess. I was just making that comment and take it what it's worth. But
And I think that's fine. I just want to make sure we don't miss. I'd like to make it so when
I
it comes
understand
back the next time we're...
it's a lot of the same stuff is coming back.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, if I could, this was one that did come in advance of the ordinance going out, and I did actually make a revision based on...
Which one?
On Great Neighborhood Homes,
Okay.
on Scott's number 3, and I think Andy mentioned it as well, where I added the flexibility because if you had a tree on a site and you couldn't store anything underneath it, it might render a site unbuildable. So we worked in some language to add some flexibility there. So that was actually a direct result of this letter. Yes, number 7 on page 4.
Can I just point out that there are other ways, I mean, even if we define the critical root zone at 36 feet, it cuts off a significant portion. There are ways to protect the root zone that are common practice that don't require cordoning the tree off. It's very common practice if you have to move construction vehicles over the critical root zone, you would place and maintain 12 inches of shredded hardwood mulch, which compresses and takes the weight of vehicles, heavy vehicles, without compacting the root zone below. So there are ways that this can be done that are common practice in the construction industry.
And that was part of that was getting back into the aeration requirement, assuming that was going to happen as well, that it just wasn't left as compacted soil over that tree that may have been impacted.
And in my discussions with the city forester at the meeting that we had, work session with the city council, he specifically mentioned that aeration is the best technique for protecting the trees, and that regardless of what you do, the soil is going to be compacted, and that compaction is what basically kills off the roots and compacts the soil so it can't receive any air or moisture. So I think the aeration requirement is critical.
All right, so any other... Oh, sorry. You got to wave.
One of the things that I noticed right away was in definitions, we don't have anywhere DBH defined. I think that definition needs to be in here and be rather specific because it can vary from community to community. I think it maybe was in there at one time, but I think it should be included in the definition section. And one of them that I read was they specifically said 4.5 feet on the uphill side. And, so make it very, very specific and decide whether or not we want to include multi-trunk trees in this ordinance or not. I agree with the protected tree thing about putting ash in there, and I would also say buckthorn. And then I was thinking, well, how many 8-inch trunk buckthorn trees are there? Except I had some that were pretty close to that in my yard when I moved in. So some of the older ones can get fairly large. And how many 8-inch trunk poplars are there too? So it's. I would say I would include that as a species if we're going to include some of the others that are unlikely to exceed that number. Removable tree, we aren't saying anything about trees that are already diseased. There are some trees that really their lifespan is significantly impacted already, and it's going to be hard to define that very specifically in the ordinance. It might be a silver maple that's pretty much hollow out in the middle, but it still looks green and stands up straight and it looks wonderful, but within 5 years it's going to be dead. Or it could be some of the I'm thinking about oak wilt sometimes doesn't have an immediate effect on the trees, and so that leads me into another part, but I will, as far as protection goes, that we aren't talking, when we talk about practices, I mean, there are, as Commissioner Schroeder said, best practices out there to protect the trees depending on the circumstance, and I'm not sure how we bring this in and how the public gets educated on this, but a very crucial thing is the timing of pruning, especially with oak wilt. And we do have a number of mature oaks in the city, and then that's somewhat species specific too. It's going to hit the red oaks more than the white oaks. The number 3 under demolition and building permit applications, the tree inventory, I would like to see that signed by somebody, either by the surveyor, the contractor, or the property owner, so somebody is attesting to it. I agree with that species of a similar type comment that should be more specific. Also, we have, just for consistency, under 4D, we say they have to be at least 2.5 inches in caliper. Let's use the term DBH if that's what we're going to use here. And I had again under number 7, the pruning and branch removal is also another effect that could very easily happen with a building project, whether it's an addition or a tear down. That maybe, if we're going to address compaction, that might be something else that needs to be addressed. Then the aeration one, all we're saying is that all trees to remain. Well, what if you have an acre lot and you've only impacted like one corner of your house? So somehow I think we need to differentiate the trees on a property that have been impacted by construction and those that haven't. I'm not sure exactly what the words would be right now, so that they couldn't be kind of weaseled out of, but...
So let me just ask you a question. So on 8 there, you're just saying you want to define basically the area that's been compacted is where the aeration occurs.
Right, where there's been construction activity, I'm sure there's tighter ways of saying it, but it's just those trees need to be aerated if you're going to include that. I don't know if aeration's a good thing for trees that have been affected, but I don't know if it needs to be done to all trees in all projects. That I'm kind of wondering about, but I won't quibble too much with that. And
I say the point on that was the trees that are impacted by construction. So
right, but I'm saying that if it depends on how they're impacted and what other measures have been taken to protect them too, and what how their roots grow, and I mean there are a lot of things, whether or not aeration is merited or even air spading or whatever gets done. And those, I think, were the biggies on this one. But a lot of it was just kind of nits as far as getting the definitions clear and including the definition of DBH, and just some of the stuff is kind of, it's open to a lot of interpretation if we could tighten some of it up. And then I'm wondering, there's nothing in here about enforcement. So what happens if somebody says, nah, and they cut down all the trees? I mean, what happens? Is there any result?
Originally, we had proposed a fine, but Carrie, that's not allowed. Maybe you can explain that.
Well, aren't there, there's catch-all provisions in the code that say violating the zoning code is, there's a variety of enforcement tools, and it could be a misdemeanor, could be an injunctive relief, could be stop work order, etc.
Right. We'd find them in violation of the zoning ordinance.
And I think that there are, when I was looking at the different model codes and examples of codes today, most of them did have a definition of the fine of between $100 and $2,500 and so forth. They made it very clear in that particular ordinance for that particular situation. But
council took all that out, so.
That bothers me because there's no clear consequence.
I don't under.
No, I'm just telling you how it ended up at this point.
I know that. Yeah.
And that was out of there, so I
agree.
Yeah, the city attorney.
I'm not sure we should be debating it yet because it's not going to happen.
City attorney took it out and said we didn't have the authority to do so.
Well, I would like somebody to show that they have the authority, because I've looked through our code and I can't find I haven't been able to find, when I've looked up certain things, what happens when there's a violation of the zoning code. And granted, I'm wading through a lot of sections when you're trying to find something kind of obscure like that. But it's, so I'm saying it for the record that I think we need some clarity on the fact that there can and would be enforcement for violation of this.
And Planner Teague, maybe we could get the city attorney to give us some advice again on how this ordinance would actually be enforced, whether it's this ordinance or another one related to zoning.
It's how we enforce everything in the zoning code. So maybe somebody could show me where it is. All right, any other changes? Commissioner Scheer.
I believe it came from Andy Porter at Refined, his fourth item, which is the second to the last page of your packet, it raises an interesting question to me. Referencing paragraph 5 of the proposed ordinance, that wondering if we should include trees that would be exempted that have to be taken out because of utility changes when building. I do know that his statement is very accurate here. We have a lot of homes in Edina with these old sewer and water lines. I live in one, and I have a lovely silver maple growing right over it that requires, that the lines be cleaned out with great regularity, or you have a problem. If someone were to buy my lot and tear the house down and redevelop it, I don't think they'd, as a builder, feel that removing that tree with the other changes they'd probably make in sewer and water lines ought to be a punitive item. So I had some sympathy with this since I live with it on an ongoing basis. If we look at section 5 that he references as a possible place to include it, in the proposed ordinance, it simply states protected trees may be removed without mitigation, and we only list 2 areas, 10-foot radius of the designated parts of the building on the property, or within a 5-foot radius of driveways and parking areas. We certainly could add something if the commission had the appetite for it to cover his recommendation number 4.
But is he talking about just when there's not construction and you're just replacing your sewer line? Because would this even apply in that situation?
I think it only applies in a tear-down rebuild.
Right. And then you're doing it. So to me, it doesn't...
Which is what this code deals with.
So I don't see why the replacement of the utilities...
If there's a large tree growing right over the utilities... and
I get why they might have to
do the trenching, they're going to
it.
have to take out the tree. He's stating it feels punitive if I have no choice but to take out that tree if it's in a protected category that I have to replace it.
Why can't they run it a different place?
What if you could just put the pipe in without having to do the trench, which happens all the time?
You might be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you don't have
Or
sympathy
put the
with
pipe
this.
in a different place, put the trench in a different place.
So we don't have sympathy with this. I take it all back.
I don't.
Commissioner Forrest.
There was some merit, though, to both Scott Busen's and Andy Porter's comments about the special situations that and consideration that needs to be given when you're constructing on a very narrow lot, like a 50-foot lot or less. It's going to be tricky, but I'm not saying it can't be done. But I want them to know that we've seen that, we recognize that, and also the question about what about commercial properties? Are we enforcing this with commercial properties? Well, when development projects come before us, we get a landscape plan, and there are tree planting requirements that are included in those. And as I understand it, there's no deadline or end date for maintaining the trees that are required too. So there is something in place for the larger development plans that come before us.
We exhausted it. You got it all, Carrie?
I think I do, and I can always go back to the tape.
Any other things that we've missed? No. All right. So you can revise that and bring it back to the Planning Commission at
Their first meeting in January.
their first meeting in January.
All but you and Michael and Nancy.
No,
you'll be
they're
here.
still going to
guys
be
will
here. They
Sorry.
don't get to escape quite
no.
yet.
You and I will be here for a few more meetings.
All right. Thank you to those in the audience who came and participated. Appreciate your patience and your suggestions. Next item on the agenda is correspondence and petitions. There's an attendance update and a council update in the packet. And then chair and commission comments. Any comments from commissioners? We did hear an update, I guess, as a matter of course, on the Wooddale Valley View small area plan. Nice work by Commissioners Lee and Forrest on that. Keep up the good work. We look forward to seeing the report. Other comments? Commissioner Platter.
I was going to say, I think everyone saw that the city passed the sidewalk build-out plan a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
So along with that, there's a Living Streets committee meeting last week, and they're going through a lot of the language and redoing that, so it's becoming more of a overarching document now, including that in there. So the goal of that is to probably come before the Planning Commission, I believe in I don't know if it was January, but probably February, March, and then start to get some public input and comments on that as it goes along too. So look forward to that also.
Very good. Any other commissioner comments? All right, so for chair comments, Commissioner Scheer.
I believe this is your last meeting with us.
Indeed, that's what I was just going to say.
Well, I just want to say how excited I am personally, and I think I can speak for my fellow commissioners, that you'll be representing the city on the city council. And I particularly want to thank you for the way you run a meeting, Kevin. I think we've had a great run here. You and I have been here together for 9 years, so it is wonderful to see you taking all of the knowledge that you've gained here to a new level, and I wish you so well, and I'm so excited about the possibilities for you.
Well, thank you. You stole much of my thunder. I was going to start by saying it's perhaps fitting that I'm getting to make these comments after 4 hours of meeting, but I'm glad that you saw that as a positive thing. Perhaps the meetings will be shorter once Commissioner Platter leads them. But and all joking aside, it's been a real pleasure. You all are tremendous servants to your community, and the community is very lucky to have you working such long hours and so diligently on things that make our community a better place. And I want to, for Commissioner Scheer and Commissioner Schroeder especially, who I have spent the last 9 years on this dais with. Somehow Commissioner Schroeder has managed to be here longer than 9 years. It's just been, I've learned so much from both of you and from all of the rest of you, and I look forward to taking that to the City Council, and hopefully the good news is I get to keep working with you all, just in a different way. And so thank you all, and thanks to staff, Jackie and Jordan, Carrie, Chris. You've all been, talk about people who end up staying late. You've been terrific in your support and helping me navigate as chair and navigate even before that. So I really appreciate all your efforts. So with that, unless there's any staff comments, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
And a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. We are adjourned.